Chapter 2563. 2563 Astral Chess Pieces. 2563 Astral Chess Pieces. The moment Junyu attacked, she wanted to take on dozens of perfected immortal experts single-handedly. Even Mo Qing and Yun Zhu could not help but praise internally when they saw that. If one wanted to fight for the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal, they would have to possess extraordinary methods and shocking boldness. Junyu is indeed very powerful, but she's still slightly inferior to him. Suddenly, Mo Qing thought of someone and could not help but recall the scenes in Avicii in a daze. Immortal King Qingyang leaned against a seat and looked at everything calmly with a faint smile on his face without any intention of interfering. He wanted to see how today's matter would end. A battle at the perfected immortal realm was much more interesting to him than the divine firmament immortal meet. The central region of the divine firmament hall had already turned into a battlefield. The battle between the perfected immortals was terrifying, and many divine weapons, divine powers, and secret skills streaked through the battlefield. Every single collision was earth-shaking. The aftershock of the collision between the perfected immortals could kill many heaven immortals with ease, and the surrounding cultivators retreated repeatedly. This time round, Meng Yao fiddled with her fingers, and the sound of the zither lingered. The dozens of ferocious beasts and living beings, summoned by Mo Qing's painting book, gradually could not hold on any longer. Their dermic Tao vanished and dissipated. Led by Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Sword Immortal Chun Feng, and Perfected Immortal Wu Feng, the remaining dozens of perfected immortal experts released a torrential storm of attacks at Junyu. Astral chess pieces. Against such pressure, Junyu's fighting spirit intensified. She threw the chessboard in her hands in midair and released a unique supreme divine power. Swish, swish, swish. The chessboard spun slowly, and the 361 black and white chess pieces on it bounced up rapidly, shooting towards the dozens of perfected immortals in the surroundings. Every single chess piece on the astral chessboard looked like they were not much larger than a fingernail. However, in reality, every single chess piece was refined continuously by a star and fused with the dermic Tao before condensing. Although they looked like chess pieces, they were actually stars. Otherwise, Junyu would not have been able to injure Zhu Wuying with the power of a single chess piece. The release of 361 chess pieces was equivalent to 361 stars, charging out at the same time with an unstoppable might. The expressions of the dozens of perfected immortals changed starkly. Meng Yao had a grim expression as the halo released by the Tao fruit spread continuously. She strummed her zither with all 10 fingers and increasing precision. At the same time, the sound of the zither became more hurried, and a murderous intent was triggered, as though it had materialized. Meng Yao had already pushed her zither skills to their limits and tried her best to help the other cultivators resolve the 361 black and white chess pieces that were charging over. The sound of the zither was bleak and endless. Ripples appeared in the void and collided against the 361 black and white chess pieces. In reality, if Meng Yao had not stepped in this time round and used her zither sound to defend against the collision of the many black and white chess pieces, more than half of the dozens of perfected immortals would have died. Even Zhu Wuying could not defend against it, let alone the other perfected immortals. Boom, boom, boom. The 361 black and white chess pieces broke through the obstruction of the sound of the zither and collided against the divine weapons, divine powers, and secret skills of the dozens of perfected immortals, letting out a series of deafening sounds. Sparks flew and light burst forth. Poof, poof, poof. Even with the zither immortal's attack, she could not neutralize the full power of the black and white chess pieces. Half of the dozens of perfected immortals spat out blood and fell after being severely injured. There were also a few perfected immortals who were not strong enough and died on the spot after being struck by a few chess pieces. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. The chess immortal was so domineering that she could even gain the upper hand against so many people. Even the combined forces of the Zither immortal, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Sword Immortal Chen Feng, and Perfected Immortal Wu Feng could not suppress the aura of the chess immortal. A few black and white chess pieces smashed towards Meng Yao. Clang! Clang! Meng Yao had a calm expression as she plucked the strings of the zither a few times. The sound of the ancient zither condensed into divine weapons that collided against the incoming chess pieces. With a series of crisp sounds, the divine weapons formed by the sound of the zither dissipated, and the power of the black and white chess pieces was almost depleted. Meng Yao waved her robes and brushed away the chess pieces with ease. Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Sword Immortal Chen Feng, and Perfected Immortal Wu Feng used their respective methods to defend against Jun Yu's supreme divine power. That move alone was enough to tell the difference between the other perfected immortals and Meng Yao's group of four. Jun Yu's attacks did not stop. After releasing the astral chess pieces, she leaped onto the chessboard and sped towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Sword Immortal Yu Hua had just resolved the attack of the black and white chess pieces when Jun Yu stepped on the astral chessboard and closed in. Clang! Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not have time to think as he slashed in reverse against the astral chessboard. Immediately after, Sword Immortal Yu Hua channeled his blood chi to its limits and released his bloodline phenomenon. At the same time, Sword Immortal Chen Feng, Perfected Immortal Wu Feng, and even Zither Immortal Meng Yao attacked. They released their bloodline phenomenons together and charged towards Jun Yu. Boom! Jun Yu did not hesitate either. Suddenly, a boundless starry sky appeared behind her, vast and mysterious. The starry skies seemed to be her chessboard. As for Jun Yu, she stood in the heaven essence position of the chessboard as though she was invincible and could rule over the starry skies and control their power. Boom! The bloodline phenomenons of both parties collided and devoured continuously in an earth-shaking manner. Break! Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Sword Immortal Chen Feng released the unique sharpness and killing power of the Sword Dao. The two of them joined forces and finally broke Jun Yu's starry skies into two. Of course, the bloodline phenomenons of the four of them could no longer hold on and swayed. The four of them attacked once more. Sword Immortal Chuanfeng's sword technique was incomparably delicate and relentless. His attacks came one after another, sealing the space around Jun Yu completely. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's edge was ferocious, and his sword technique was even sharper. Their sword techniques were one tough and gentle, one yang and one yin. Coupled with one another, their combat strength increased exponentially. As for Perfected Immortal Wu Feng, he wielded his sword in his left hand and axe in his right. He joined forces with Meng Yao and coordinated with her, cutting off all of Jun Yu's escape routes. The four Perfected Immortals joined forces and released shocking combat strength. Even Yun Zhu and Mo Qing, the two bystanders, felt that something was amiss and frowned slightly. Suddenly, unhurriedly, Jun Yu suddenly took a step in a direction. This step was incomparably mysterious and imperceivable. However, with just a single step, she broke free from the encirclement of the four Perfected Immortals and withdrew herself. 9 palace subtle steps. When he saw Jun Yu's movement technique, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he murmured softly. This footwork was released by a black-robed woman when the martial Tao Prime Body underwent the true martial 10th tribulation. Later on, he found out from Lin Luo that this footwork was called the 9 Palace Subtle Steps and was imparted to her by Fairy Linglong. Up till now, in Su Zimo's knowledge, Fairy Linglong and Lin Luo were the only two people who knew the footwork. Even Lin Lei and the human monarch did not manage to learn it. Back then, by some freak coincidence, he released it once. However, in reality, he had not mastered the 9 palace subtle steps, and it was merely a flash of inspiration that was difficult to replicate in the future. To think that he would see this mysterious and strange footwork reappear on the chess immortal today. Chapter 2564. 2564 Communication. 2564 Communication. Of course, be it Lin Luo or chess immortal Junyu before him. None of the 9 palace subtle steps were as precise as the black-robed woman's steps that the martial Tao prime body saw when he underwent tribulation transcendence. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, Junyu broke free from the encirclement of Meng Yao, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, and the other 3, and counterattacked without stopping. Arriving before Meng Yao, Junyu raised her palm and slapped down on her face. Heaven Essence Strike. Junyu hollered. The center of the astral chessboard was the Heaven Essence position. This secret skill was equivalent to turning the entire battlefield into a chessboard. By occupying the Heaven Essence position, one could mobilize all the power of the entire chessboard and release their strongest attack. Meng Yao and the others attacked flawlessly, but Junyu managed to break free. With that, Meng Yao and the others were instantly disadvantaged. It felt as though both parties were playing chess. Junyu's single amazing move had turned the tides completely. The battlefield was a chess game, and every single step was a gamble. Although Meng Yao had the advantage in numbers, she was merely Junyu's chess piece in this chess game. Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat as she retreated hurriedly. At the same time, she raised her ancient zither and condensed true essence to shield herself. Bang! Junyu's palm landed on the bottom of Meng Yao's zither with a dull sound of defeat. Meng Yao shuddered. Even with the ancient zither to defend and neutralize a lot of the power of the Heaven Essence Strike, Meng Yao could not defend against it. Her organs vibrated and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Not only that, one of the strings on the zither was snapped by a single palm strike from Junyu. The string snapped so close that Meng Yao could not react in time. The snapped zither string was incomparably sharp and whipped Meng Yao's cheek, leaving a bloodied wound. Her peerless face, that was initially devastatingly beautiful, was now left with such a wound. Her flesh was overturned, and she even looked a little menacing. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw that. Right now, Meng Yao was coughing blood and her long hair was scattered. She was in a sorry state, and no one would associate her with the 4 great fairies. Of course, for a perfected immortal, such a wound on the face was superficial. With a little rest and recuperation, she would recover to her original state without any scars. However, this matter still dealt a huge blow and damage to Meng Yao. She loved the feeling of being the center of attention and being high and mighty. She was long used to countless cultivators surrounding her and kneeling beneath her skirt, revered by everyone. Right now, her wretched and menacing appearance was witnessed by millions of cultivators. This was an unprecedented blow for her. It would also have a huge negative impact on her reputation. Junyu! Meng Yao realized something and shrieked with hatred in her eyes. However, at that moment, she was no longer in the mood to fight. She seized the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, wanting to heal the wound on her face right away. Junyu did not continue chasing. The moment she attacked Meng Yao, she moved her feet and the astral chessboard spun rapidly, smashing towards perfected immortal Wu Feng on the other side. Perfected immortal Wu Feng's pupils constricted with a grim expression. At that moment, he felt as though a vast and mysterious starry sky was surging towards him. He had nowhere to hide. Kill! Perfected immortal Wu Feng roared and condensed his true essence. He slashed left and right at the starry skies before him. Boom! Sparks flew when the broadsword and gigantic axe collided against the astral chessboard. Perfected immortal Wu Feng felt a sharp pain in his hands. His palm was torn, and the broadsword and gigantic axe flew from his hands. His arms were numb from the shock. Perfected Immortal Wu Feng's expression changed starkly as he turned to flee without hesitation. At that moment, the Moon Essence Sword and Spring Wind Sword had already arrived before Junyu. The sword beams were cold and sharp. The sword Dao was the most lethal, and Junyu did not dare to be careless. With a single thought, more than 10 black chess pieces sped over and landed on the body of the Spring Wind Sword. It was as though those chess pieces possessed a powerful demonic power that was attached to the Spring Wind Sword and could not be flung off. Sword Immortal Chuanfeng's sword Dao was exquisite, and it was pervasive like the wind. But now there were more than 10 black chess pieces piled on the Spring Wind Sword. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Chunfeng felt that his Destiny Dermic Sword was extremely heavy and could not release any exquisite sword moves. On the other side, more than 10 white chess pieces were attached to Sword Immortal Yu Hua's sword. The advantage of the Moon Essence Sword was in its speed. Sword Immortal Yu Hua pushed the speed of his sword Dao to its limits. That was the reason why he was able to gain his current reputation. However, there were more than 10 white chess pieces piled on the Moon Essence Sword, and his sword moves became incomparably slow, losing their greatest threat. Any Heaven Immortal present would be able to dodge it, let alone Chess Immortal Junyu. What was even stranger was that there seemed to be a mysterious connection between the black and white chess pieces. Although the two Sword Immortals were attacking Junyu, their sword Dao trajectories had already deviated completely under the influence of the black and white chess pieces. They could not even touch the corner of Junyu's clothes. Even as Junyu fought against the 4 perfected immortals, she did not stop attacking the other perfected immortals. Those who were proficient in chess were extremely terrifying in the grand scheme of things. Once the dozens of perfected immortals attacked her, it would be equivalent to falling into her trap, and everyone would be under her control. Poof! Poof! A perfected immortal expert from Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, respectively, was killed by Junyu's black and white chess pieces and died on the spot. Of the strongest 4 perfected immortals, Meng Yao and Wu Feng were forced to retreat, while Yu Hua and Chun Feng could be severely injured at any moment. Even with the power of the 2 sword immortals, they were struggling to defend against Junyu's attacks. The other perfected immortals were crushed like chickens and dogs in Junyu's chess game. Not long after the fight, including Zhu Wuying, 10 perfected immortal experts died in Junyu's hands. The smile on the face of Immortal King Qingyang gradually disappeared as he frowned. Initially, he had no intention of interfering. He wanted to see how much of a mess this group of juniors could cause. However, the scene before him had already exceeded his expectations. Chess Immortal Junyu was even more domineering and decisive to kill than he had imagined. She did not have the slightest bit of gentleness a woman should possess and was fearless. In fact, Immortal King Qingyang suspected that if he did not stop her, Junyu might even be able to kill Meng Yao, Yu Hua, and the others. Just as Immortal King Qingyang was hesitating, his expression changed. Suddenly, he reached into the void and grabbed a messenger talisman. When Immortal King Qingyang saw the messenger talisman, he narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered for a moment before standing up. He released the might of an immortal king's spirit consciousness and descended on the divine firmament hall. Phew! The tremendous spirit consciousness pressure descended, and both parties on the battlefield could no longer continue fighting. Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Sword Immortal Chunfeng were already drenched in sweat and looked pale. If Immortal King Qingyang was a half-step slower, even the both of them would have to flee. Chapter 2565 2565 Settled Dust 2565 Settled Dust. All right, today's matter will end here. The voice of Immortal King Qingyang was neither fast nor slow, but it contained an invisible might. Everyone present, Chess Immortal Junyu included, did not persist in their actions. During this period of time, the wounds on Meng Yao's face had already healed. She looked at Su Zimo, who was safe and sound not far away, and finally felt indignant. She could not help but say, "Immortal King Qingyang, this lad has a suspicious identity. Senior, please take action and verify his true identity." "There's no need," Immortal King Qingyang said indifferently. "The sect master of the academy has just sent a letter, and it stated very clearly that this lad is not from the dragon race and has nothing to do with the dragon world." The sect master of the academy had stepped in. Upon hearing that, everyone realized that Su Zimo was completely out of danger. As for Meng Yao, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, and the others who had just slandered him, they looked even more ridiculous now. I long knew that Su Zimo definitely had nothing to do with the dragon world. That's right, if he was from another race, wouldn't the sect master of the academy have discovered it long ago? How could he even join the sect? It seems like Heaven and Earth Academy thinks highly of Su Zimo to be able to get the sect master of the academy to step in and protect him. Among the cultivators who were discussing, many of them were shouting earlier on, wanting nothing more than to tear Su Zimo into pieces. But now, the speed at which their expressions changed was breathtaking. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression was terrible. They were on the brink of success today. He knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him to have another chance as such to attack Su Zimo in the future. Given the potential Su Zimo currently displayed, he would definitely be able to become a perfected immortal in the future. At that time, he would become a personal disciple of the sect master. Furthermore, given Su Zimo's foundation, this person might even threaten his status in the academy in the future. Right now, he could only rely on Yun Ting to kill Su Zimo in the fight for rank 1 on the heaven ranking. That was the only way he could resolve this matter. The sect master of the academy is truly unfathomable and can calculate everything. He even knows about what's going on in Divine Firmament Palace. Immortal King Qingyang murmured meaningfully, "Junior brother Su, you can rest assured now." Mo Qing heaved a sigh of relief. "The academy has always been fair and will definitely not let you suffer or be framed. Master has personally appeared to protect you this time round. Let's see who else dares to say anything." Mo Qing looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua in disgust. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's behavior this time round had made her completely disappointed in this senior brother. To begin with, she did not have much feelings towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua. However, at the very least, she acknowledged him as her senior brother. From this day forth, she was not even willing to acknowledge his identity as senior brother Yu Hua. Su Zimo remained silent. He was naturally grateful that the sect master of the academy was willing to step in. However, he did not agree with Mo Qing's words of fairness. For someone like Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who joined forces with outsiders to attack his fellow sect mate, he should be severely punished. At best, his cultivation should be crippled and he should be kicked out of the academy. Even if he was killed, it wouldn't be overboard. However, the sect master of the academy did not say anything. Of course, he might have some difficulties, or it might be due to other reasons. Although Su Zimo was displeased, he would not mention it, nor would he make use of the sect's power to suppress Sword Immortal Yu Hua. After today's matter, things were irreconcilable between them. Only one of them would be alive in the future, and there was no room for negotiation. If he made use of the sect rules to punish Sword Immortal Yu Hua, it would be way too easy on the latter. One day, Su Zimo would settle him personally. Right then, Immortal King Qingyang raised his voice and said, "Due to the changes that occurred in the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet, the fight for the heaven ranking will be postponed for 3 days." No one had any objections to that. Firstly, the Divine Firmament Hall was already in a mess and needed to be repaired. This was originally a battlefield prepared for the heaven-ranking battle. How could it withstand the killing power of dozens of perfected immortals? The entire battlefield had already turned into ruins with almost no place to settle down. Secondly, more than 10 perfected immortal experts died in the battle earlier on. Even Zhu Wuying, one of the three great sword immortals, was dead. This was considered a huge matter, be it the great Jin immortal kingdom or flying immortal sect. They both required some time to deal with it. Of course, the 3 days would not amount to nothing for the many cultivators who were here for the divine firmament immortal meet. In divine firmament palace, there were various marketplaces where cultivators could exchange for treasures, and it was bustling. Every year, some cultivators would find treasures in these marketplaces. After saying that, immortal King Qingyang left. Many cultivators in the divine firmament hall discussed the battle of the perfected immortals excitedly and gradually retreated. Some of them wandered around divine firmament palace. Some of them returned to their residences to recuperate and adjust their conditions, prepared to face the ranking battle of the heaven ranking 3 days later. Su Zimo, be honest. What's your relationship with my sister? Right then, Yun Ting's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind with an unfriendly tone. We can be considered as friends. Su Zimo replied, Friends? Who are you kidding? What kind of a friend can make my sister fight with her life on the line? Yun Ting scoffed and said sourly, Even if something happens to me, my sister might not be so nervous. He had long noticed that Yun Zhu's treatment of Su Zimo was unusual. Yun Zhu's behavior today confirmed his guess even more. Su Zimo, let me warn you, don't harbor designs on my sister. Yun Ting sent another voice transmission and said fiercely. Su Zimo was a little helpless. You've misunderstood. There's nothing between me and Yun Zhu. In his opinion, the reason why Yun Zhu was willing to stand out and help him was because he had once saved her life in Avicii. This matter involved the martial Dao Prime body, and he would naturally not explain it in detail to Yun Ting. Hey! Right then, Yun Zhu suddenly sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo's spirit consciousness and asked in a seemingly casual manner, How do you know Junyu? Su Zimo said, I don't know her. Today is also the first time I'm seeing her. Naturally, Yun Zhu would not believe it. She sneered internally and pouted. You don't know her, and yet she's so protective of you. I'm not too sure why either. Su Zimo could vaguely guess the reason, but he could not confirm it. Su Zimo, follow me. Right then, Junyu turned to Su Zimo and said, Huh. Stunned for a moment, Su Zimo asked instinctively, Where? My room. Junyu said before leading the way. Wah. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. In order to verify his guess, he decided to follow. Gritting her teeth, Yun Zhu rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and thought to herself, How dare you say that you don't know Junyu? You're even going to her room now. Mo Qing had a calm expression and did not say anything. However, she followed behind Su Zimo. Sister Mo Qing. Yun Zhu held Mo Qing back hurriedly. Su Zimo was invited by Junyu. Let's not go over. How can that do? Mo Qing frowned slightly. What if those people refuse to give up and attack junior brother Su again in these 3 days? It's safer to follow them. That's true. Yun Zhu's eyes lit up as she nodded. Let's go take a look together. Chapter 2566. 2566 Ling Long Zugzwangs. 2566 Ling Long Zugzwangs. Su Zimo left the divine firmament hall with Chess Immortal Junyu and headed towards the resting place of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Painting Immortal Mo Qing and Book Immortal Yun Zhu followed behind as well. Many cultivators dropped their jaws in shock when they saw that. Nobody knew the exact details, and their imaginations were naturally running wild. At that moment, Su Zimo did not know that the gossip between him and the 3 fairies would spread through the 9 firmament immortal domain in less than 3 days. Furthermore, the commotion and impact caused by this matter far surpassed the divine firmament immortal meet. Before long, Su Zimo followed Junyu to a quiet residence. After passing through a fake mountain and flowing water, Su Zimo and Junyu entered a room in a courtyard surrounded by greenery before closing the door. Yunju and Mo Qing followed them all the way to the residence. When Su Zimo and Jun Yu entered the room, Mo Qing gradually stopped in her tracks. She stood in the courtyard and admired the flowers and plants around her, as though she had no intention of continuing into the room. Sister Mo Qing, why aren't you continuing? Yunju blinked and asked. Mo Qing was surprised and asked, where to? Yunju pointed to a room not far away and whispered, Sister, aren't you curious what the two of them are doing inside? No. Mo Qing shook her head gently. The door is tightly shut, so it must be something important. Let's not disturb them. Furthermore, guarding here is enough to ensure junior brother Su's safety. There's no need for us to enter. Yunju stomped her feet gently and looked at the innocent Mo Qing exasperatedly, feeling both angry and amused. There were probably not many things in this world that could interest this sister, Mo Qing of hers. Although Yunju was curious, Mo Qing was ambivalent. When Mo Qing saw that Yunju seemed to be troubled, she frowned and thought for a moment, as though she understood something. Sister, are you worried that junior brother Su will be in danger inside? Mo Qing smiled. Don't worry, given fellow Taoist Jun Yu's behavior earlier on. She shouldn't be here to harm junior brother Su. Yunju was speechless. Naturally, she could not voice her thoughts and could only stammer and stand outside with Mo Qing. In the room, the moment the door closed, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the entire room seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force that could block all senses and detection from the outside world. It was as though he had entered Jun Yu's chess game and could only be manipulated by the other party. Fellow Taoist Jun Yu, thank you for standing up for me earlier. Su Zimo bowed slightly to Jun Yu and cupped his fists in thanks. Have a seat. Jun Yu did not reply. Instead, she pointed to a cushion on the ground and invited Su Zimo to take a seat before kneeling on the opposite cushion. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before arriving opposite Jun Yu. The two of them faced one another and were less than 2 arms apart. The moment Su Zimo sat down, Jun Yu spoke. You don't have to thank me for today's matter. Instead, I should apologize to you. Jun Yu saved his life, and she even wanted to apologize to him. Su Zimo was dumbfounded and almost bounced up from the cushion. He looked into Jun Yu's eyes carefully, and after ensuring that the other party was not joking, he laughed bitterly and asked, Fellow Taoist Jun Yu, well, how should I begin? I don't think we knew one another previously, right? Indeed, we don't. Jun Yu replied, The reason why I'm here is because I was entrusted to do so. Is it Immortal Queen Linglong of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain? Su Zimo probed. Yes. Jun Yu nodded. Earlier on, when Jun Yu released the 9 palace subtle steps, Su Zimo had already guessed that possibility. Now that Jun Yu admitted it personally, he was certain. Fairy Linglong had spent a lot of time with the human monarch and should know about the existence of the martial Tao prime body. Naturally, she could guess that desolate marshal who killed everyone in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was his martial Tao true body. That was the reason why Fairy Linglong entrusted Chess Immortal Yu, who was in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, to come and save him. However, Su Zimo did not know what the relationship between Fairy Linglong and Chess Immortal Jun Yu was, or how they knew one another. Jun Yu pondered for a moment. I've known Immortal Queen Linglong for a long time. Initially, I was the one who headed to the Green Firmament Immortal Domain to challenge Lin Lei. That was how I got to know Immortal Queen Linglong. Later on, I heard that Immortal Queen Linglong was also good at chess, so I stayed in the Green Firmament Immortal Domain and sparred with her. At that point, Jun Yu paused. Su Zimo lamented internally. It said that Chess Immortal Jun Yu loves to fight and is obsessed with chess. Indeed, the reason why she got to know Lin Lei and Fairy Linglong was because she went to challenge them and sparred in chess. Jun Yu continued, I'm obsessed with chess. Before I met Immortal Queen Linglong, I had never lost either. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. In other words, Chess Immortal June, you could not compare to Fairy Linglong in terms of chess. Chess had nothing to do with the cultivation realms of both parties. It was entirely based on one's understanding of chess, comprehension, and ability to control the entire situation. Therefore, Fairy Linglong's victory over June Yu was not considered bullying. What was the score between you and Immortal Queen Linglong? Su Zimo asked. June Yu replied, I never won. Su Zimo. June Yu said, in terms of understanding and comprehension of chess, I'm similar to Immortal Queen Linglong. However, in chess, Immortal Queen Linglong's judgment and control of the situation are far superior to mine. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and a look of realization flashed through his eyes. Fairy Linglong's Dermic Tao was indeed extremely useful in chess, and she could seize the initiative in every aspect. To me, Immortal Queen Linglong is like a teacher and a friend. June Yu sighed gently. Initially, I wished to acknowledge her as my master. However, she did not take me in because she was worried that I would be implicated due to the internal and external troubles of the Battle Kingdom. However, I benefited immensely every time I played against Immortal Queen Linglong. 8,000 years ago, Immortal Queen Linglong suddenly called me over and entrusted me with something. She wanted me to help take care of you if you encounter any danger in the divine firmament immortal domain from then on. At that point, Su Zimo finally understood the entire situation. 1,000 years ago, the martial Tao Prime Body saved Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Fairy Linglong was grateful and summoned Chess Immortal Junyu, entrusting her with this matter. It was not because Fairy Linglong had accurately divined that he would encounter danger at the divine firmament immortal meet 1,000 years later. Actually, I should have arrived early for this divine firmament immortal meet. Junyu said, however, before we parted ways last time, Immortal Queen Linglong gave me 9 different zugzwangs for me to break out from and comprehend. Immortal Queen Linglong once said that some of her Dermic Tao is in the 9 zugzwangs. For the past 1,000 years, I've been trying to break out from the 9 Linglong zugzwangs and had benefited from them. The 9 palace subtle steps that I used to break free from the encirclement of Meng Yao and the others in the divine firmament hall previously was hidden in the 9 Linglong zugzwangs. I see. Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Junyu could release the 9 palace subtle steps. It was because Immortal Queen Linglong was imparting the Tao through chess. From that, it could be seen how much Immortal Queen Linglong liked and valued Junyu. Junyu said apologetically, I was lost in the zugzwangs and forgot about the divine firmament immortal meet. That was why I was late and nearly caused a huge mistake to happen. Fellow Daoists, there's no need for that. No matter what, I was only spared because you arrived in time. Su Zimo expressed his thanks once more. Chapter 2567 2567 Tao Inheritance Through Chess 2567 Tao Inheritance Through Chess. Let's play a chess game. Suddenly, Junyu said, Huh. Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know how to play chess, and I've never played with anyone before. He had only come into contact with the Tao of chess when he was young and studying. However, he was not interested in this aspect and did not study it. When he started cultivating thereafter, he was even less interested in it. Do you know the rules? Junyu asked again. I only know a little. Su Zimo replied. He was puzzled as to why Junyu would suddenly want to play chess with him. What Su Zimo did not know was that Junyu was even more puzzled. Back when Fairy Linglong imparted the 9 Linglong zugzwangs to her, she once told Junyu that if the latter had a chance, she should show them to Su Zimo. Fairy Linglong even said that the two of them could communicate with one another if there was anything they did not understand. Initially, Junyu thought that since Fairy Linglong said that, Su Zimo would definitely be proficient in chess. However, She did not expect that Su Zimo only knew a little about chess and had never played before. That's a little strange. Jun Yu frowned slightly. No matter what, since Fairy Linglong was the one who asked her to do it, she did not think too much about it. Let me teach you. Since she wanted to show Su Zimo the Linglong Zugzwangs, she first had to teach him the rules. It was not difficult for Su Zimo to get started at chess. Jun Yu merely explained a few things casually. Given his talent, Su Zimo had already mastered it in less than 10 minutes. Jun Yu placed the astral chessboard between the two of them before waving her robes. White and black chess pieces fell onto the chessboard, taking place on each side to form a zugzwang. This is the first Linglong Zugzwang. If you're black, how do you get out of this? Initially, Jun Yu wanted to spar with Su Zimo for a few rounds. However, she lost interest when she saw that he did not know much about chess and was just inducted into it today. After she explained the rules of the game to Su Zimo, she set out the Linglong Zugzwang for Su Zimo to read and figure out. Regardless of whether Su Zimo could resolve it, she had to complete Fairy Linglong's request. Su Zimo looked at the chessboard before him and fell into deep thought. Rather than calling it a zugzwang, it was more like checkmate. The black chess pieces he was controlling were restricted everywhere on the chessboard and were surrounded by white chess pieces. There were obstacles stacked upon one another continuously. This was a dead end without any chance of survival. Su Zimo pinched a black chess piece with his fingertips and stared at the astral chessboard for a long time without placing it down. That was because no matter how he thought about it, he could not find a solution. He had nowhere out no matter where he placed the black piece. The Tao of chess was unpredictable, and every single move would lead to countless changes. That was an extremely high requirement for one's mental strength. An hour passed, and he sat there motionlessly. The more he calculated, the more chaotic his mind became. His chest felt vexed, and he had a splitting headache. Su Zimo closed his eyes hurriedly and composed himself, panting slightly. Jun Yu was not surprised at all and merely smiled faintly. The Tao of chess was easy to learn, but difficult to master. In a game of chess, there were many mysterious dharmic Taos. A single essence can create duality. Duality creates 4 phenomenons, which then splits into 8 trigrams. Everything within heaven and earth that's encompassed by the heavenly cycle can all be reflected in this chessboard that was 2 feet square. The chessboard was heaven and earth, the starry skies, and the universe. It was all-encompassing and could accommodate anything. Su Zimo had just learned how to play chess. How could he know how to resolve such an exquisite Linglong Zugzwang? The 9 Linglong Zugzwangs were one more complicated and mysterious than the other towards the end. She had cultivated the Tao of chess for many years, but had only lost to Fairy Linglong. Even with her comprehension of chess, it took her an entire day to resolve the first Linglong Zugzwang. Right then, Su Zimo's breathing had already stabilized. However, he did not open his eyes. Holding the black chess piece between 2 fingers, he placed it on a spot on the astral chessboard. Thereafter, Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked at the Linglong Zugzwang before him. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. On the other end, Jun Yu could not help but exclaim softly in surprise when she saw Su Zimo's move. That was because this move was the key to resolving the first Linglong Zugzwang. Although that move seemed like it killed a portion of his black chess pieces, it actually opened up the board by capturing the opponent's pieces as well. It was a mysterious move that allowed him to seek life within death itself. How is that possible? Frowning slightly, Jun Yu instinctively thought that Su Zimo had merely done it by accident. She did not say much and continued playing with the white chess piece in her hands. After Su Zimo's seemingly suicidal move with his black chess piece, the situation changed drastically. The space on his board was vast, and he could move freely without any restraints, killing his way out. Given Su Zimo's talent, it did not take long for him to break out of the encirclement after playing the critical move. He formed a standoff with the white chess pieces and dispelled the Ling Long Zugzwang perfectly. Junyu knew that it was meaningless to continue with the game and retracted the black and white chess pieces. She looked at Su Zimo in surprise. "Fellow Taoist Su, you have a strong talent and comprehension in chess that's truly rare indeed." Although she said that, she still had immense doubts toward Su Zimo. She still felt that Su Zimo's move earlier on was merely a lucky hit. Furthermore, it took her an entire day to resolve this situation. As a beginner, Su Zimo only took slightly more than an hour. How is that possible? In reality, under normal circumstances, even if Su Zimo racked his brains and gave it his all, he would not be able to dispel the Ling Long Zugzwang. However, just as he closed his eyes and gradually composed himself, a thought flashed through his mind. A black-robed woman who wielded a horsetail whip and utilized a strange footwork appeared. The black-robed woman was the phantom that the martial Tao prime body saw during the 10th tribulation. At that moment, a strange feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. As though she was on the astral chessboard, the black-robed woman transformed into a black chess piece in his hands and was in a dead end, facing attacks from all directions. However, the black-robed woman was not flustered at all and took a shocking step forward, breaking out of the situation instantly. Pursuing that feeling, Su Zimo placed the black chess piece. The spot where he placed the chess piece was where the black-robed woman took a step forward. Thereafter, Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over. By then, the situation of the Ling Long Zugzwang had already changed. A path of survival had opened up for the black chess pieces. Su Zimo was a little excited. He recalled the Ling Long Zugzwang earlier on and compared it to the footwork displayed by the black-robed woman. Gradually, a realization flashed through his mind as though he had understood something. The footwork displayed by the black-robed woman was actually the 9 palace subtle steps. However, Su Zimo had only seen the form and process of the black-robed woman's footwork. It was almost impossible for him to truly comprehend that footwork. But now, Fairy Ling Long had infused the Dermic Tao of the 9 palace subtle steps into the Ling Long Zugzwang. On the surface, it looked like she was making them resolve the Zugzwang. However, in reality, she was making use of it to impart the Dermic Tao. Here, they're referring to the game of Go. It's just easier to use chess because Go Immortal or whatnot just sounds weird. Chapter 2568. 2568-6 in a row. 2568-6 in a row. Unconvinced, Junyu waved her robes and scattered another 100-odd pieces on the astral chessboard, setting the second Ling Long Zugzwang. All these years, she had been focused on resolving the Ling Long Zugzwangs. Therefore, she had long memorized all 9 Ling Long Zugzwangs. Su Zimo had just resolved 1 Ling Long Zugzwang and was in high spirits. When he saw Junyu set up the second set, he did not hesitate and observed the chessboard immediately. For the second Ling Long Zugzwang, although the situation of the black chess pieces was completely different from the previous game, it was still a hopeless situation. First, Su Zimo tried to resolve it himself. 2 hours later, although he had some clues, he was still unsure and did not make a move for a long time. He closed his eyes once more and imagined himself as a black piece in the Ling Long Zugzwang. How was he going to break free from such a group attack? The black-robed woman's figure appeared in his mind once more. Su Zimo looked at the black-robed woman's footsteps and verified it against the Ling Long Zugzwang continuously. A moment later, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he finally placed his piece. Piak! The black chess piece landed steadily on a spot on the astral chessboard. Junyu raised her brow slightly. That move was the key to resolving the second Ling Long Zugzwang. Without batting an eyelid, Junyu placed a white chess piece and played against Su Zimo. The second Ling Long Zugzwang was much more complicated than the first. Although he had taken the first move, he was not out of the dead end yet. During this period of time, there were still many traps and countless tribulations awaiting Su Zimo. Before long, Su Zimo made his second move. This time round, Junyu's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Su Zimo deeply. If Su Zimo's first time was an accident and his second time was a coincidence, there was no way this third time could be one of those as well. Fellow Taoist Su, you were just pretending earlier on, right? Junyu asked with a fake smile. At that moment, Su Zimo's mind was completely immersed in the Ling Long Zugzwang. He verified it against the black-robed woman's footwork and comprehended the Dharmic Tao of the Zugzwang, ignoring Junyu's words. The two of them continued to play for dozens of rounds with Junyu taking the white side, and she gradually gained the upper hand. However, Junyu knew in her heart that in reality Su Zimo had already resolved the second Ling Long Zugzwang with two amazing moves he made in succession. Back then, it took her an entire 7 days to resolve the second Ling Long Zugzwang. Without another word, Junyu scattered the black and white chess pieces once more and set up the third Ling Long Zugzwang. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo immersed himself in it once more. Yunju and Mo Qing stood guard outside. In the blink of an eye, an entire day and night had passed. Yunju squatted on the stone step and held an ancient book in both hands, as though she was focused on reading. However, in reality, the ancient book she opened had been on the same page for a few hours. Yunju carried many books in her storage bag. Initially, she intended to read casually here. After all, 3 days was fleeting. However, it did not take long for her to give up on reading. It was not because the book was bad, but because her mind was not calm. Although her gaze was fixed on the words in the ancient book, her mind was long already on the room and her imagination was running wild. Realizing her state, Yunju sighed gently and put away the ancient book in her hands, looking not far away. On the other side, a woman stood quietly. She was gentle and elegant, holding a brush and drawing the flowers, trees, rocks and water in the courtyard on a piece of paper. The woman fused with the mountains and rivers in the courtyard. Her existence was like the most beautiful painting in the world. Yunju smiled gently. For this innocent sister, Mo Qing, it would not be a problem for her to draw here for another 3 or 30 years, let alone 3 days and nights. Yunju stood up and came to Mo Qing's side, waving gently. Sister Yunju, what's wrong? Mo Qing turned and asked. Yunju pointed in the direction of Junyu's room. The two of them went in for so long and haven't come out for an entire day and night. There's no activity either. Yes. Mo Qing nodded. Indeed, it's a little strange. Yunju said mysteriously. Do you want to go in and take a look to see what the two of them are doing? Will that be a little abrupt? Mo Qing frowned slightly with a hesitant expression. Nothing much. Yunju said, We're just here to pay a visit. It's not like we're going to barge in directly. Mo Qing nodded in agreement. Yunju and Mo Qing arrived at Junyu's room. Yunju went forward and said loudly, I'm Yunju. Fellow Taoist Junyu, I'm here with Mo Qing to pay you a visit. Please open the door. After a while, there was no response from the room. Yunju said in a low voice, There's a seal in this room that blocks spirit consciousness and sound. I'll head up and try knocking. As she said that, Yunju walked forward and knocked on the door gently. After knocking a few times, a gap appeared in the door. The door was unlocked. Yunju pushed the door open softly and saw Su Zimo and Junyu kneeling opposite one another on cushions in the room with a game of chess in between them. The two of them were playing chess intensely. Yunju's mouth was slightly agape and she was dumbfounded. She had thought of countless images, but this scene before her was the only one she did not expect. Mo Qing was surprised as well when she saw that. Come in, both of you. Close the door. Junyu's voice sounded. Yun Zhu and Mo Qing entered the room and turned to close the door. Su Zimo seemed to be immersed in the chess game and did not even notice Yun Zhu and Mo Qing's arrival. The two of you played chess for an entire day and night. Yun Zhu asked in disbelief. Yes. Junyu nodded and looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. In just a day and night, this beginner in chess had resolved 6 Ling long zugzwangs in succession. This was completely beyond her imagination. Back then, she took a day to resolve the first Ling long zugzwang. It took her 7 days to resolve the second. The third took her an entire month. By the time she resolved the 6th zugzwang, it was a full 100 years. In that 100 years, she did not cultivate it all and spent all her time and energy on resolving the Ling long zugzwangs. That torment was still fresh in her memories. She had spent more than 100 years to resolve the first 6 Ling long zugzwangs. However, this disciple of the academy before her only took a day and night. Right now, Su Zimo was already attempting to resolve the 7th Ling long zugzwang. Back then, it took her even more time to resolve the 7th Ling long zugzwang. Almost 500 years. June, you did not dare to guess how much time Su Zimo would take to resolve the 7th Ling long zugzwang. However, at that moment, she finally understood why Fairy Linglong wanted the two of them to communicate. This beginner in chess was indeed qualified to interact with her. In reality, the reason why Fairy Linglong could make that judgment was because Lin Luo had told her that Su Zimo seemed to have released the 9 palace subtle steps by accident. Fairy Linglong was extremely surprised by that. She guessed that Su Zimo might have come into contact with the 9 palace subtle steps, but he had not truly mastered it. That was the reason why Fairy Linglong hid the Dermic Tao of the 9 palace subtle steps in the 9 Ling long zugzwangs. She wanted to make use of them to impart the Dermic Tao through chess in return for desolate Marshall saving Linlei and his sister. Chapter 2569 2569 Enlightenment of Bodhi 2569 Enlightenment of Bodhi. As expected of the chess immortal, Yun Zhu chuckled. Jun Yu was obsessed with chess and actually dragged Su Zimo to play chess in the room for an entire day and night. Ordinary people would not be able to do something like that. Mo Qing looked at the chessboard on the astral chessboard and asked curiously, Junior brother Su is also proficient in chess such that he's able to play against you, fellow Taoist. Jun Yu had a conflicted expression. Fellow Taoist Su's talent in chess is truly, yes, it's indescribable. In terms of chess strength alone, Su Zimo was far inferior to her in terms of the layout of chess, formations, strategies, plans, and other technicalities. After all, Su Zimo had just learned the rules of chess and could only be considered as a beginner. However, in the game of chess, the talent, comprehension, psychology, play, spirit, and determination displayed by Su Zimo were comparable to hers. In fact, in some aspects, he might even be above her. Furthermore, Su Zimo was often able to come up with earth-shaking moves, such as fighting to survive in the face of death, breaking through absolute stalemates. Yun Zhu was surprised as well. She had dabbled in chess as well and was rather skilled. However, she was defeated in multiple games against Junyu back then. To think that Su Zimo would receive such a high evaluation from Junyu in terms of chess. Right now, the chessboard looks a little. Yun Zhu merely swept her gaze across the astral chessboard. When she caught sight of the chessboard, she frowned and wanted to speak, but stopped. Given her skills in chess, there was no way she could survive if she was on the side of black. Or rather, this chess game was a dead end. June, you did not hide things from Yun Zhu and Mo Qing either. I've prepared 9 zugzwangs. Fellow Taoist, Su has already cleared 6 in succession. Right now, the two of you are looking at the 7th. The Ling Long zugzwangs were incomparably profound and unpredictable. Even if Jun Yu and Mo Qing watched from the side, they could not make out anything. Mo Qing was not interested in chess. She merely found a cushion not far away from Su Zimo and assumed a lotus position. Yun Zhu stood at the side and glared at the zugzwang, wanting to find a way to resolve it. However, even after half a day, Su Zimo did not manage to make a move, and Yun Zhu had no clue either. Not only that, she stared at the Ling Long zugzwang for a long time and expended a lot of mental energy. It was even more exhausting than fighting for a long time. Yun Zhu shook her head gently and closed her eyes, gradually calming down. Fellow Taoist, how long did it take you to resolve this zugzwang? After resting for a while, Yunju opened her eyes and asked Junyu. Since Junyu laid out this zugzwang, she definitely had a way of resolving it. Nearly 500 years. Junyu did not hide anything and gave a figure. Yunju was secretly speechless. Even with Junyu's skills and understanding of chess, it took her 500 years to resolve this zugzwang. She no longer intended to continue trying. Given her chess skills, she might not be able to resolve this zugzwang even after 5,000 or 50,000 years. Yunju's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly asked, Fellow Taoist, how long did you take to clear the 6th zugzwang? After a moment of silence, Junyu replied, More than 100 years. Yunju smirked, and a smile flashed through her eyes. She did not continue asking. Junyu had just mentioned that Su Zimo had cleared 6 zugzwangs in a day and night. This meant that Su Zimo took less than a day and night to clear the 6th zugzwang. At the very least, Junyu had already lost to Su Zimo in this aspect. Yunju was extremely interested when she discovered this. However, she did not highlight it as a form of respect for Junyu. The 7th Ling Long zugzwang gave Yun Zhu a headache. She did not continue to try and resolve it. Instead, she gave up and casually found a cushion to sit on. Yun Zhu had read a lot of books and had a broad perspective and a carefree nature. She understood that there were many things in this world that could not be accomplished even if she exhausted her entire life's efforts. Since that was the case, why force and make things difficult for herself? Giving up at the right time was also a form of wisdom. There were things that others might be able to do, but so what? In this world, humans were different to begin with. Indeed, Junyu was superior to her in terms of chess. However, her understanding of the history of the upper world and the past of many experts was far inferior to the chess immortal. Su Zimo closed his eyes and recalled the scene of the black-robed woman releasing the 9 palaces' subtle steps repeatedly. He compared it with the 7th Ling Long zugzwang before him. The reason why he was able to resolve the first 6 Ling Long zugzwangs in a single day and night was because of this technique. However, towards the end, the Ling Long zugzwangs became more complicated and were filled with countless possibilities. The number of steps that had to be calculated and the control of the situation required had far surpassed Su Zimo's imagination. He spent half a day deducing. Not only did he fail to resolve the zugzwang, his mind was in extreme chaos. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo suddenly took out a seed from his storage bag and held it in his palm. The moment he held the seed, his mind regained clarity and the complicated clues gradually sorted out. That seed was the Bodhi seed he snatched from the jade, firmament, immortal domain. The Bodhi seed was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. The improvement to cultivation speed itself was secondary. Most importantly, holding the Bodhi seed could greatly increase a cultivator's comprehension ability and maintain their clarity of mind and sharpness. The Bodhi seed originated from one of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries, the Bodhi tree. Legend has it that at the start of the upper world, Buddha meditated for 7 days and nights under the Bodhi tree and defeated the temptation of countless evil demons. When daybreak arrived, he gained great comprehension and became the Buddha. The 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries had their own origins and were all related to Buddha. Legend has it that Buddha was born beneath the Ashoka tree and attained the Tao beneath the Bodhi tree. undergoing nirvana beneath the sal tree. Because of that, the 3 trees obtained the Tao of Buddha and eventually became the 3 sacred trees that protected the pure land of bliss. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed and recalled the process of the black-robed woman releasing the 9 palace subtle steps once more. He did not let go of every single detail and verified them against the Zugzwang. Unknowingly, the sun set and night descended. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed in one hand and the black chess piece in the other. He had a focused expression and maintained his posture motionlessly. Finally, at daybreak, with a bang, Su Zimo took over the black side and made his move on the chessboard. He's finally made his move. Yun Zhu was invigorated and looked over hurriedly. Jun Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of that move. That move was the key to resolving the 7th Ling Long Zugzwang. However, that move by itself was far from enough to resolve the Ling Long Zugzwang completely. After that, there were at least 6 more moves Su Zimo had to make, without any mistakes no less, before he could resolve the Zugzwang. Jun Yu remained silent and placed a white chess piece. Su Zimo's second move was extremely fast, and he did not think at all, as though everything was already planned. Jun Yu was expressionless. Su Zimo's second move was not wrong either. She continued playing. Su Zimo replied swiftly and placed his piece for the 3rd time. The 2 of them continued playing, and within a few breaths, each of them placed 7 pieces in succession. Yun Zhu watched from the side in a daze and could not even keep up with their thoughts. However, after the 2 of them placed their pieces respectively, she looked at the chessboard and realized that the black chess pieces had already broken free from the encirclement of the white chess pieces. From then on, the outlook was promising. Chapter 2570 2570 Doubt 2570 Doubt. Putting away the chess pieces on the chessboard, Jun Yu looked at Su Zimo, who was opposite her. She put away her initial contempt and said in a deep voice, "There are 2 more Zugzwangs left. I've comprehended the 8th Zugzwang for more than 500 years, but I still have no clue. Fellow Taoist Su, please guide me without holding back." "You flatter me." Su Zimo waved it off hurriedly. He knew his own limits. If he had not seen the black-robed woman's footwork and did not have the help of the Bodhi seed, he would not have been able to resolve the 7 Ling Long Zugzwangs. In the past 2 days and nights, Su Zimo had benefited immensely and had already comprehended the essence of the 9 palace subtle steps. Waving her robes, Jun Yu scattered more than 200 pieces on the astral chessboard. This game was almost over. However, the situation on the chessboard was even more complicated and profound, far surpassing the 7th Ling Long Zugzwang. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed in his hands and recalled the black-robed woman's footsteps. He verified them against the chessboard but could not find a way to resolve it. On the 3rd day, even when night fell, he had no clue. This Zugzwang is way too complicated and has already surpassed my understanding. Su Zimo frowned slightly and shook his head. Jun Yu sighed, gently as well. "I spent more than 500 years deducing this Zugzwang, but I couldn't continue after taking a few steps." As she said that, Jun Yu laid out the situation of her chess pieces and suggested some solutions to discuss with Su Zimo. However, after 2 hours, the 2 of them still gained nothing from the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang. "Let me think about it again," Su Zimo said and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes once more, and his pupils that were initially clear transformed into 2 strange purple flames. Spirit consonance art, the ability to convey what he saw. Although the martial Tao prime body was in Avicii, he made use of the power of the spirit consonance art and looked through the eyes of the green lotus true body to see the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang. The martial Tao prime body was in seclusion, and Su Zimo initially had no intention of alarming him. However, on second thought, Su Zimo felt that the Ling Long Zugzwangs were extremely mysterious and might be able to give the martial Tao prime body some inspiration and help him perfect the martial Tao. The changes in Su Zimo's body were not obvious. If one did not pay attention, almost no one would notice the abnormality in his eyes. Jun Yu's senses were sharp. As though she sensed something, she raised her head and glanced at Su Zimo, frowning slightly. Su Zimo was still a grade 8 heaven immortal. Apart from the strange look in his eyes, there did not seem to be any changes to his body. However, there was an indescribable feeling in Jun Yu's heart. Su Zimo seemed to have changed. For some unknown reason, Jun Yu felt an unprecedented pressure as she knelt in front of Su Zimo. The pressure even made her uneasy. How could this be? Jun Yu shook her head gently in confusion. Under normal circumstances, she would not feel this way even against an immortal king. At the side, Yunju noticed the change in Su Zimo's eyes as well. She knew of the existence of the martial Tao prime body. She did not know what was happening to Su Zimo's body at the moment. However, she guessed that the person before her had probably changed to desolate martial of the fiend domain. Mo Qing was drawing quietly at the side and did not notice the commotion. Naturally, she did not notice the change in Su Zimo. Su Zimo's eyes burned with 2 purple flames as he fused the dermic Tao and divine charm of the astral chessboard into the martial Tao furnace to refine it. In order to perfect the martial Tao, the prime body had browsed through countless cultivation techniques and secret skills and summarized countless dermic arts and true meanings. The judgment and experience of the martial Tao prime body far surpassed the green lotus true body, who was still at the heaven essence realm. In the eyes of the martial Tao prime body, the astral chessboard was another world. There were 19 horizontal and vertical lines. In reality, the board was formed by the endless extension of 9 square grids. At that moment, under the gaze of the martial Tao prime body, the black-robed woman seemed to have turned into a chess piece and walked around the Ling Long Zugzwang. Every single step of the black-robed woman was unexpected. However, upon closer inspection, one could tell that every single step of the black-robed woman had a deeper meaning. Towards the end, the black-robed woman actually took a step in the void beside the chessboard. Although that step seemed like it landed nowhere, Su Zimo shuddered. "I see," Su Zimo murmured softly. "Fellow Taoist Su, have you found a way to resolve it?" Jun Yu asked with a frown, unable to believe it. Su Zimo did not reply, and merely placed a black chess piece. Jun Yu pondered for a moment before she took on the side of the white chess pieces to go against him on the astral chessboard. Towards the end, Jun Yu's speed slowed down. Often, she would have to think for a long time for every step she took. However, Su Zimo's moves became faster and faster. Finally, at daybreak, the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang was over, and Su Zimo had already resolved it perfectly. "Fellow Taoist, please guide me." Jun Yu did not dare to be negligent. She stood up first and cupped her fists before asking sincerely. This Zugzwang was indeed complicated, and its intent is even more transcendent. Su Zimo's tone was calm. The 8th Zugzwang describes the power of space. The 9 palace subtle steps does not only exist in a single level, it can traverse in all directions. With that, we can think of it as the creation of an alternate path to carve a way of survival. At that moment, although the person sitting opposite Junyu was Su Zimo, in reality, the martial Tao prime body had yet to leave. Therefore, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. A look of realization flashed through Junyu's eyes as she lamented internally. So, the way to break out of this situation lies in the dimension of space. It was no wonder why I had no clue at all. In reality, even if they comprehended the 9 palace subtle steps of this level, Junyu and Su Zimo would not be able to release it given their cultivation realms. The 9 palace subtle steps of this level required a cultivator to reach the immortal king realm and open up a grotto heaven. Where's the ninth? Su Zimo asked. Without hesitation, Junyu set up the ninth zugzwang. Su Zimo's eyes burned with purple flames as he deduced the ninth Ling long zugzwang together with the martial Dao prime body. Right then, when Mo Qing heard the conversation at the side, she could sense something odd about Su Zimo's tone and turned back instinctively. She happened to see the two purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes. Mo Qing opened her mouth slightly and froze on the spot. For some unknown reason, when she saw Su Zimo's eyes burning with flames, the image of the man in purple robes and silver mask suddenly flashed through her mind. Back in Avicii, the purple flames appeared in Desolate Marshall's eyes as well. Their eyes were way too similar. Mo Qing was well versed in the Tao of painting and was meticulous in her observation of things. Her judgment was even more brilliant than Yunju and Junyu. She had even drawn a portrait of Desolate Marshall personally. Because Desolate Marshall wore a silver mask, Mo Qing spent the most effort on Desolate Marshall's eyes in that portrait. It could be said that Desolate Marshall's eyes were already imprinted in her mind. Therefore, when she saw Su Zimo's eyes, Mo Qing immediately thought of Desolate Marshall of the Fiend Domain. Both of them must have mastered the same visual technique, secret skill, right? Mo Qing was puzzled and thought to herself. Right then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside, as though someone was about to barge in. Chapter 2571. 2571, you're an animal. 2571, you're an animal. Yun Ting's face was livid as he arrived at Jun Yu's room in a huff. Just as he was about to barge in, he seemed to have thought of something and hesitated. For the past 3 days, there were all sorts of rumors about Su Zimo and the four great fairies. Furthermore, they got more exaggerated and ridiculous. Initially, Yun Ting scoffed at such rumors and thought nothing of them. However, for the past 3 days, many cultivators described it with such vividness that even he was starting to believe them. After 3 days had passed and Junyu, Yunju, Mo Qing and Su Zimo were nowhere to be seen, Yun Ting could not hold it in any longer as he rushed here, prepared to ask the truth face to face. Her sister was a princess of an immortal kingdom after all. How could she do such a ridiculous thing? My sister must have fallen into Su Zimo's trap. Yun Ting grit his teeth in hatred and spat. Stupid gigolo of the academy! However, even if his sister had lost her mind, what was up with the chess and painting immortals? Those 3 fairies were all messing around with Su Zimo. They spent an entire 3 days and nights in the room. Yun Ting was initially furious. However, he hesitated when he rushed to the door of the room. Naturally, if he caught sight of an indescribable scene upon rushing in, he would not let Su Zimo off. But what about his sister? After all, something like this could not be exposed. Yun Ting paced left and right at the entrance of the room. He could not make up his mind the entire time. However, no matter how he thought about it, the battle for the heaven ranking was about to begin, and he had to inform everyone in the room regardless. At that thought, Yun Ting knocked gently on the door. The door was not locked, and he only knocked a few times before a crack appeared. Yun Ting took a deep breath and pushed the door open. There were 4 people in the room, 3 women and a man. They were book immortal Yunju, painting immortal Mo Qing, chess immortal Junyu, and Su Zimo. The 4 of them gathered together. Yun, Zhu, Mo Qing, and Su Zimo stared at a chess game while Mo Qing looked at Su Zimo in a daze. This scene had completely exceeded Yun Ting's expectations. He was dumbfounded and looked at everything in disbelief. Stunned on the spot, his mind was a little blurry, and he could not react for a moment. When they sensed the activity at the entrance, Su Zimo and the 3 fairies snapped out of their stupor. The purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes faded gradually and eventually vanished. Even with the capabilities of the martial Tao Prime body, He could not resolve the ninth Ling Long Zugzwang within a short period of time. He could only memorize the situation of the Zugzwang and deduce it slowly after he returned. When Emo Ching saw that Su Zimo's eyes had returned to normal, she retracted her gaze and lowered her head slightly in deep thought. Jun Yu put away the astral chessboard as well as the black and white chess pieces. Yun Ju turned to look at Yun Ting at the entrance and asked, "Little brother, what are you doing here?" Yun Ting was speechless and did not know what to say. Jun Yu said indifferently, 3 days have passed. The battle for the heaven ranking will officially begin today. He must be here to inform us of that. Why, yes. Yun Ting nodded instinctively. Thereafter, he was still worried and could not help but ask, "Sister, what were the 4 of you doing here?" The 2 of them were playing chess while I was observing from the side with Sister Amoching. Yun Ju replied casually. Yun Ting took a few deep breaths and tried his best to compose himself. He asked with difficulty, "The 4 of you spent 3 days and nights surrounding a chessboard in this room?" Yun Ju nodded, more or less. Yun Ting rolled his eyes. When Yun Ju saw Yun Ting's strange expression, she frowned slightly and asked, "What else do you think we were doing?" "It's not just me." Yun Ting pointed outside the door and said bitterly, "You guys hid here in seclusion. Do you have any idea how many rumors are spreading outside? Rumors stop at wise men." Jun Yu's expression was calm and nonchalant. The innocent are self-righteous. Emo Ching's tone was indifferent. Because of Meng Yao's slander at the immortal sex selection, there had been many rumors about her over the years, and she could not be bothered. "Is that so?" Yun Ju smiled gently. "I'm curious what rumors they are spreading." Yun Ju was even more relaxed. Yun Ting had a helpless expression. His gaze shifted to Su Zimo, who was silent at the side. His hunger that had just subsided rose again as he shouted, "Su Zimo!" Su Zimo was recalling the previous 8 Ling Long Zugzwangs when he heard Yun Ting shout and jolted awake. He looked at the enraged Yun Ting and was puzzled, not knowing why the young prince was angry. "Fellow Taoist Yun Ting, what can I do for you?" Su Zimo asked. "You." Yun Ting hesitated. He wanted to reprimand Su Zimo, but suddenly realized that he could not say anything. Su Zimo merely watched over the 3 great fairies and played chess for 3 days and nights. What was wrong with that? Yun Ting thought for a long time, but could not come up with anything. He could only glare at Su Zimo angrily and scold, "You're an animal!" With that said, Yun Ting turned to leave. Su Zimo was utterly confused and did not know why he was scolded by Yun Ting. Yun Ju said, "Who knows what's wrong with him again? Zimo, don't bother. Let's go, the battle for the heaven ranking is about to begin." Jun Yu said. The 3 fairies stood up and headed to the Divine Firmament Hall with Su Zimo. Divine Firmament Hall. In less than 3 days, the ruins caused by the battle between the perfected immortals had already returned to normal. Millions of cultivators were gathered here in a dense crowd. Almost all the cultivators of the 4 immortal kingdoms and 3 immortal sects were present as well. Only a few people had yet to arrive at the hall. The chess immortal, book immortal, and painting immortal have yet to arrive. "You don't know yet," another cultivator said. 3 days ago, after the perfected immortal battle ended, the 3 fairies and Su Zimo gathered together. "Huh, for real now?" "It's absolutely true. Someone witnessed it personally," the person said with a delighted expression. Furthermore, the 3 fairies stayed in the same room as Su Zimo for an entire 3 days and nights without leaving. Heavens, could the 4 of them have been? Many cultivators' eyes lit up. Is there even a need to think? If it was you and I guarding the 3 fairies for 3 days and nights, would we still be able to sit there idly? Another person said, "To think that although the 3 fairies look unattainable, they would end up getting together with a heaven immortal of the Academy. What's so good about Su Zimo? He's just someone who ascended from the lower worlds and can't compare to others in terms of cultivation realm as well. The three fairies are truly blind. He, a cultivator with a sleazy expression, gave a strange laugh. Su Zimo must be outstanding in some way. 3 days and nights, TSK. Flying Immortal Sect and Zither Immortal Meng Yao were secretly delighted when they heard the discussions in the crowd. Of the 4 great fairies, 3 of them were now rumored to be involved with someone and were no longer unattainable. Her status would definitely rise once more and surpass the other 3 fairies. In that case, Zither Immortal Meng Yao is probably the only one who can truly be described as pure and divinely among the 4 great fairies. A cultivator sighed. Of course not. Another person whispered, Let me tell you, Zither Immortal Meng Yao is also involved with Su Zimo like the 3 fairies. Huh? For real? Of course. Otherwise, why would Fairy Meng Yao suddenly attack Su Zimo this time round and cause the 3 fairies to step in? That's right. Since she couldn't get her hands on Su Zimo, she decided to destroy him instead. The Zither Immortals' love turned into hatred in a twist of fate. At that point, Meng Yao was so angry that she trembled with a livid expression. Chapter 2572. 2572 Ranking Battle Begins. 2572 Ranking Battle Begins. What a load of nonsense. Enraged, Meng Yao spun around and soared into the air. She looked in the direction of the voices and twiddled her fingers in the void a few times. The sound of the zither sounded endlessly and suppressed the discussions of many cultivators before long. Who was spouting nonsense earlier on? Meng Yao looked at the crowd with an icy expression and questioned loudly. Her tone was cold and filled with killing intent. There were too many cultivators in the divine firmament hall, and there were tens of millions of them. At a glance, it was a black patch. Meng Yao could only determine the approximate location of the discussions earlier on, but she did not know who were the ones gossiping. When they saw Meng Yao's murderous aura, which of the few people who spoke earlier on dared to stand out and die, everyone kept mum out of fear and did not dare to say anything. Good. Meng Yao was so angry that she laughed instead. It's fine if you don't come out. At most, I'll just kill a few more. She would rather kill the wrong people than let them off. Buzz! Meng Yao's fingertip moved, and the essence chi in the void condensed into a zither string beneath her finger, causing the sound of the zither to echo once more. However, this time round, the sound of the zither contained an extremely murderous intent. The few cultivators on the other side could not defend against it, and their eyes bulged with blood in shock. Immediately after, the bodies of the few cultivators exploded into blood mists, and their essence spirits were destroyed, dying on the spot. Some cultivators with higher cultivation realms and stronger physiques in the surroundings were severely injured as well. Buzz! A second zither sounded. Some cultivators were already severely injured after withstanding the first sound of the zither. Before they could catch their breaths, the second sound of the zither descended. Instantly, more than 10 cultivators died. Many cultivators were shocked. Nobody expected Zither Immortal Meng Yao to start a massacre and even kill the innocent in public just because someone discussed her in private. It was clear that some of the cultivators who had just died had suffered an undeserved calamity. Many cultivators were enraged. However, they did not dare to say anything because of the Zither Immortal's reputation and combat strength, afraid that they would get themselves killed. What a temper! When Yunting arrived at the Divine Firmament Hall and saw that, he could not help but sneer. The dignified Zither Immortal is actually someone who bullies the weak. Meng Yao glared at Yunting and said coldly, "This is none of your business. Don't be a busybody. Why, you even want to attack me?" Yunting sneered again, fearlessly. Meng Yao's eyes flashed coldly. Yunting had a noble status, and she had her reservations. Although she could not kill him in front of everyone, She could teach Yun Ting a lesson. Meng Yao, if you want to attack, I'll join you. Right then, another voice sounded. Not far away, the three fairies arrived side by side and arrived at the divine firmament hall in the blink of an eye. The person who spoke was Book Immortal Yunju. When the three fairies approached, everyone realized that there was someone behind them. It was Su Zimo of the Academy. When Meng Yao saw the four of them appear at the same time, she suddenly smiled. I'm afraid the three of you don't know the various rumors about you guys over the past few days, right? They were truly entertaining. Meng Yao praised and clapped with a smile. Jun Yu's expression was calm. Rumors stop at wise men. The innocent have nothing to fear. Mo Qing's tone was indifferent. The two of them repeated their statements with the same nonchalant expression. The fact that the two fairies were so calm caused many cultivators to start doubting the rumors about the three fairies. In fact, the two fairies could not even be bothered to argue against the rumors. However, Meng Yao seemed to have been agitated and was even willing to kill. The difference in behavior between both parties was obvious. Yunju said with a fake smile, "Since it's a rumor, why bother? Fellow Taoist Meng Yao, are you so nervous because the rumors involving you are true? Of course they're fake." Meng Yao said hurriedly. Yunju's question was extremely powerful and struck Meng Yao's weakness instantly. I've long felt that the matter between the three fairies and Su Zimo was way too ridiculous and impossible. That's right. Back when it spread, I didn't believe that the three great fairies would fancy an inner sect disciple of the Academy, given their status and nobleness. Say, given Meng Yao's strong reaction, do you guys think that the portion about her and Su Zimo is true? Meng Yao's younger brother, Prince Yuanzhua, died in Su Zimo's hands after all, and there's a blood feud between the two of them. Meng Yao realized that she won't be able to be with Su Zimo in this lifetime, and that's why hatred turned into love. There's a high chance. The crowd began to whisper again. Many cultivators looked at Meng Yao with pity in their eyes. Sensing the gazes around her and hearing the discussions in the crowd, Meng Yao was about to explode from anger and wanted nothing more than to kill all of them. Right then, Divine Firmament Palace's immortal King Qingyang appeared once more with a group of Divine Firmament Palace cultivators and descended above the hall. Everyone has arrived. Very good. Immortal King Qingyang nodded slightly. There's no need to explain the rules, since everyone knows about it. I'll now announce the official start of the heaven ranking battle. The moment he said that, Immortal King Qingyang waved his robes and heaven and earth essence, qi surged. Suddenly, 10 gigantic rocks rose from the empty space in the middle of the divine firmament hall as the battlefield for the heaven ranking. At that time, 10 ranking battles could be held at the same time. Boom! On the gigantic rock in the middle, a figure descended from the skies with a loud bang, creating layers of dust. The person stood up slowly, and his aura rose continuously. It was Prince Yun Ting. Yun Ting could not hold it in any longer and looked forward to this moment. Su Zimo, come on up. Yun Ting shouted, for you and me, the rules of the ranking battle are just for show. Among the heaven immortals of the divine firmament immortal domain, you're the only one worthy of being my opponent. In Yun Ting's heart, there was an additional declaration. Su Zimo, I'm going to crush you and teach you an unforgettable lesson so that you can keep your distance from my sister in the future. The challenge between the two of them was arranged long ago. Su Zimo did not hesitate and arrived at the gigantic stone battlefield in a flash. In reality, their actions were equivalent to breaking the rules of the heaven ranking. However, Immortal King Qingyang did not say anything or have any intention of stopping them. Zhong Feiyu and Qin Gu did not express anything right away either. Both of them had their own plans. They would watch from the sidelines as Su Zimo and Yun Ting fought fiercely. In a fight between two tigers, one would definitely be injured. No matter who was injured, it would be beneficial to them. It would be best if Su Zimo and Yun Ting suffered an internecine outcome. That way, the two of them would have a chance to benefit and fight for rank, one of the heaven ranking. Who do you think will win? June Yu glanced sideways at Yun Ju beside her and suddenly asked, I don't know. Yun Ju shook her head gently and looked at the two people on the gigantic stone battlefield, sighing gently. It did not matter to her who won between the two of them. She only hoped that the two of them would be safe and not fight to the death. However, she did not say that to Yun Ting or Su Zimo. That was because it was difficult for both parties to control their strength at the peak of a fight of this level. No matter who she instructed to show mercy, it was unfair to the other. Chapter 2573 2573 Battle of the Paragons. 2573 Battle of the Paragons. Come on. Yun Ting hollered and lightning flashed in his eyes. His voice rumbled like the explosion of thunder and was filled with endless might. Not only did Yun Ting possess the Sword Dao, he also had extremely deep attainments in the Thunder Dao. The surrounding heaven and earth essence chi was surging wildly into Yun Ting's body. His aura was rising rapidly. No matter what, Yun Ting was a grade 9 heaven immortal after all and was a realm above Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dare to underestimate his opponent and did not hold back either. He released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. 6 sharp white elephant tusks grew rapidly behind him, and his body was filled with the power of divine powers. His physique, essence spirit, and bloodline powers increased exponentially as well. Although Su Zimo was a grade 8 heaven immortal, he was no weaker than Yun Ting in terms of strength. Fight. Both of them attacked at almost the same time. Moon-striking comet, sun-piercing white rainbow. Relying on his immensely condensed resentment, Yun Ting released 2 supreme divine powers of the Sword Dao in the blink of an eye. A streak of flames and a white streak of light split into different directions and stabbed toward Su Zimo. They were extremely sharp, as though they could penetrate everything in the world. Those 2 divine powers of the Sword Dao were extremely lethal. Yun Ting's comprehension of the Sword Dao augmented the power of the 2 supreme divine powers exponentially when they were released. Thunder Prison. The moment the 2 supreme divine powers were released, Yun Ting's 3rd supreme divine power descended as well. Crack! Unknowingly, dark clouds filled the skies above the gigantic stone battlefield and lightning flashed. A thick thunderbolt descended from the skies and circled around Su Zimo continuously, forming a gigantic thunder prison that wanted to trap him within. Su Zimo's reaction was even faster. As he released the 6-tusk divine strength behind him, he summoned his ethereal wings, Zephyr thunder wings, and rock wings. When the 3 different wings were stacked together, Su Zimo's speed increased exponentially, and he transformed into a golden streak of light, disappearing from the spot. With a boom, 9 divine thunderbolts descended, but Su Zimo was no longer in the thunder prison. However, the 2 sword divine powers did not disappear because of that. Yun Ting had long locked onto Su Zimo's aura. Although Su Zimo's movement technique was shocking, he could not unleash its greatest effect within the limited radius of the gigantic stone battlefield. The flames and white rainbow in midair tracked Su Zimo and changed directions, chasing after him at an even faster speed. Spirit Turtle Shield. Su Zimo no longer retreated and channeled his essence spirit, releasing another innate divine power. He had to get rid of Yun Ting's 2 sword divine powers. Otherwise, it would be like gangrene that followed him like a shadow and was difficult to remove. It would pose an immense threat to his future actions. Because he had cultivated the secret skill of the health suppression tripod, Su Zimo had a new understanding of the Spirit Turtle Shield. The defense of that innate divine power had already exceeded its original limits. Su Zimo had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness before. However, as his cultivation realm increased continuously, and he cultivated a few taboo mystic classics over the years, he had some personal comprehensions and insights towards its dharmic Tao. He had already begun to gradually surpass the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The power of divine powers gathered continuously, forming a gigantic turtle shell that blocked in front of Su Zimo. The back of the turtle shell was filled with mysterious and complicated patterns that shone brightly. Not only that, there was even a water barrier that was extremely heavy wrapped around the turtle shell, as though it was flowing continuously with a faint black light. Shing! 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 The flames formed by moon-striking comet were the first to descend and let out a strange sound when they struck the spirit turtle shield. The power of fire and water collided, and green smoke billowed. Clang! At the same time, the white rainbow descended and pierced the turtle shell through the green smoke. Creak! Su Zimo shuddered and heard cracking sounds. His spirit turtle shield that had an even stronger dharmic Tao was now destroyed by Yun Ting's 2 sword divine powers. Although the spirit turtle shield blocked the 2 supreme divine powers almost perfectly, Su Zimo could still sense the extreme sharpness behind it. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation and powerful essence spirit, even if 10 or 100 grade 9 heaven immortals released supreme divine powers at the same time, they might not be able to break his spirit turtle shield. But now Yun Ting's 2 supreme divine powers had broken through his strongest defensive divine power. Although he had been improving rapidly all these years, Yun Ting did not stop either. Both of them were stronger and more terrifying than they were thousands of years ago in the Emperor's tomb. Great 5 elements soared. Yun Ting did not stop attacking and released a second wave of attacks before long. Many years ago, there was a powerful sword immortal among the sword Tao cultivators of the heavenly world. He specialized in the 5 elements sword Tao and eventually entered the Emperor realm. He dominated the trichiliocosm and was rarely matched. In this generation, Yun Ting was the successor of the 5 elements sword Tao. That information was recorded in the heaven ranking prediction. Yun Ting alone had obtained more than 10 different sword Tao inheritances. Even the weakest progenitors of those sword Tao inheritances in the past were immortal kings. Among them, many were emperor experts of the sword Tao in the past. Yun Ting conjured a finger sword with both hands and pointed it in Su Zimo's direction. Buzz! The sound of swords unsheathing echoed around Su Zimo, and the void trembled slightly. Immediately after, endless divine powers gathered around Su Zimo, transforming into 5 swords of different colors. Every single sword represented different dharmic Taos and covered metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They circled around Su Zimo rapidly, and the sharpness of their tips locked onto him. The power of the 5 elements sealed and strangled him. Yun Ting was the #1 sword Tao expert in the heavenly world for many years. The sword Tao represented the limits of killing. The spirit turtle shield earlier on was destroyed by Yun Ting's 2 supreme divine powers. There was no way Su Zimo could deal with Yun Ting's relentless attacks just by defending passively. Since that was the case, he would counterattack with offense. At that thought, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly, releasing 6 completely different but related divine powers. Heavenly Tao, Human Tao, Azura Tao, Hungry Ghost Tao, Beast Tao, and Hell Tao. 6 paths of reincarnation, condense. With a powerful essence spirit that far surpassed a grade 9 heaven immortal, Su Zimo gathered the 6 Taos together and released a gigantic vortex that spun continuously, as though it could devour and refine everything in the world. The 6 paths of reincarnation was originally a peerless divine power. However, for some unknown reason, after many eras, no one could comprehend the true meaning of 6 paths of reincarnation. As time passed by, that peerless divine power gradually turned into a supreme divine power. Even so, the might of the 6 paths of reincarnation was still a top-tier existence among supreme divine powers. The great 5 elements sword spun continuously, wanting to kill Suzimo. As for the gigantic vortex formed by the 6 paths of reincarnation, it pulled the 5 gigantic swords continuously. 2 completely different divine powers collided continuously and devoured one another. Chapter 2574 2574 Shocking 2574 Shocking. The 5 gigantic swords were gradually devoured by the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, the gigantic vortex could not withstand the sharpness of the great 5 elements sword and dissipated as well. Perpetual Bridge. This time round, Suzimo attacked first and released a supreme divine power. An endless stream of heaven and earth essence, chi, gathered beneath his feet and formed an ancient bridge that shone with a golden light in the blink of an eye. It extended continuously and smashed towards Yunting. The ancient bridge was filled with runes that condensed Suzimo's dermic Tao and reached the other side. Wind summoning. Countless sword chi intertwined and buzzed endlessly in Yunting's palms. He gathered his hands, and the 2 balls of sword chi suddenly collided, producing a huge reaction, forming a storm that connected heaven and earth that swept towards the Perpetual Bridge. This was not a simple cyclone. Instead, the sharpness of the sword chi condensed from countless sword chi was enough to mince all living beings and destroy all life. Clang! Clang! After defending against the sword chi storm, the ancient bridge could not continue forward, and the divine powers of both parties collided rapidly. The dermic Tao runes on the ancient bridge flickered. As for the sword chi storm, it swayed continuously and could collapse at any moment. Without waiting for any outcome from the 2 supreme divine powers, Yunting conjured hand seals with both hands once more and pointed at Suzimo from afar, shouting softly, "Rain summoning!" A heavy downpour poured down. Before the rain landed on his body, Suzimo felt a faint pain on his head. He raised his head slightly and narrowed his gaze. Every single drop of rain was sharp as needles and swords. This was no ordinary rain. It was a terrifying sword rain. When released by Yunting, that divine power had long transformed, and its power was at its limits. It was no exaggeration to say that every single drop of rain was enough to kill a grade 9 heaven immortal. The sword rain enveloped the entire vicinity of the gigantic stone battlefield. Against this terrifying divine power, one would not even have the chance to dodge. Many cultivators were shocked. Everyone had long guessed that this battle between the paragons would definitely be earth-shaking. However, they had not expected such terrifying attacks to be released the moment they exchanged blows. Neither of them held back at all. One after another, top-tier killing supreme divine powers were released by the 2 of them without any pauses or rest. The requirement for the strength of an essence spirit to release consecutive divine powers without any intervals was extremely high. If the essence spirit was not condensed enough and could not withstand the pressure, it would collapse on the spot. Zhong Feiyu smirked and thought to himself, "Fight, fight. The fiercer the fight between the 2 of you, the better. It's best if both parties end up in an internecine outcome." There were also many cultivators in the crowd with worried expressions. The moment the 2 sides exchanged blows, it became so intense that any single misstep would result in serious injuries or even death. On the gigantic stone battlefield, against Yunting's heavenly encompassing sword rain, Suzimo was fearless. He conjured hand seals with both hands and suddenly took a step forward. With that step, a gigantic green lotus flower appeared beneath his feet. The lotus flower blossomed and shone with a resplendent glow, enveloping Su Zimo within it in an incomparably divine manner. Each time Su Zimo took a step forward, a lotus flower would appear beneath his feet. The supreme divine power, lotus with every step. Every single step was a pure land. The green glow released by the lotus flowers collided repeatedly against the dense sword rain that descended from midair. This supreme divine power was rare in the 9-firmament immortal domain. Lotus with every step was a divine power of the Buddhist monasteries. Only those who were proficient in Buddhism could comprehend that supreme divine power. Even in the Buddhist monasteries, lotus with every step was a top-tier divine power and was not disadvantaged against Yun Ting's terrifying sword rain. Su Zimo walked towards Yun Ting and conjured hand seals. Phew! Suddenly, four balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him. Under his guidance, the ball of flames gathered rapidly and formed an even larger fireball. It was like a blazing sun and emitted a shuddering heat. That's the secret skill. In the crowd of the great Jin immortal kingdom, a heaven immortal exclaimed. This person had once escaped death in absolute Thunder City and witnessed the might of that flame's secret skill with his own eyes. It could destroy the world. The heaven immortal seemed to have recalled a scene from the past, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This secret skill was the one that burned absolute Thunder City to ashes. Everyone was buried in the sea of flames, and their essence spirits were destroyed. In the Yin-Yang immortal kingdom side, rank 5 of the heaven ranking prediction, Lai Xian was secretly speechless. He had faced that secret skill before, and even how terrifying it was. Back then, he relied on that secret skill to comprehend the Great Sun Sutra to its limits. If he or anyone else was in that same position, they would not be able to hold on any longer at the moment. After the gigantic fireball in front of Su Zimo was formed, even the sword rain that fell from the skies evaporated instantly. Go! Su Zimo pushed the fireball in his hands in Yun Ting's direction. At the same time, a spirit consciousness flame entered the fireball. Pankati Dao fire. Boom! When the fireball arrived before Yun Ting, it exploded instantly, and the gigantic stone battlefield was surrounded by flames that surged into the skies. The temperature of the entire divine firmament hall was rising rapidly. Quadruple phenomenon's sword formation. In the flames, Yun Ting shouted. Immediately after, for blinding sword Qi gathered rapidly in the flames and transformed into 4 sacred beasts that guarded the surroundings. The azure dragon, sacred beast, caused rain to pour. The white tiger, sacred beast, had a torrential killing intent. The vermilion bird, sacred beast, was born from flames. The black tortoise, sacred beast, overturned rivers and seas. The 4 sacred beasts released completely different powers to suppress the Pankati Dao fire. Even so, the Pankati Dao fire could not be extinguished. Splash! The sound of a tsunami echoed from Yun Ting's body. Under the pressure of the powerful flames, Yun Ting could not defend against it and channeled his blood Qi first. He was like an unsheathed sword with a sharp edge. Yun Ting's blood Qi was way too strong. Every single drop of bloodline contained a destructive sword intent. Yun Ting merely stood on the spot motionlessly. The surging sword blood in his body, coupled with the quadruple phenomenon's sword formation, could suppress the Pankati Dao fire completely. Although the Pankati Dao fire was not completely extinguished on the gigantic stone battlefield, it could no longer pose any threat to Yun Ting. Good, good, good. Su Zimo nodded slightly and praised repeatedly. There was no doubt about Yun Ting's strength. To think that he could defend against the Pankati Dao fire's attack single-handedly. Furthermore, Su Zimo could clearly sense that Yun Ting's sword blood was even more ferocious and powerful than thousands of years ago. You're not bad either. The fighting spirit in Yun Ting's eyes did not weaken at all and intensified. Coupled with the power of sword blood, a torrential killing intent, and an unstoppable, terrifying sword intent burst forth from his body, as though it wanted to tear through the world and sever the void. Yun Ting's aura was still rising. Against that sword intent, the world was about to overturn. Chapter 2575. 2575 Trump Cards. 2575 Trump Cards. When that sword intent burst forth, it was not only on the gigantic stone battlefield. Even the sword cultivators in the divine firmament hall felt their heart of the sword suffer a strong shock and impact. The swords of the sword cultivators began trembling with the intention of submission. The human slaying sword art. In the world, only the human slaying sword intent could release such a terrifying killing intent that could overturn the world. I can't defeat him. Lai Xian had a grim expression as he whispered, I can't even defend against that sword intent alone. Yun Ting is indeed the number one of the heavenly world's sword Dao. Even in the sword world, there might be no one who can match his talent. Brother Su has the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. He should be able to defend against it, right? Xie Qingqing was not confident either. I'm afraid the heaven and earth slaying sword arts alone won't be enough. Lai Xian shook his head gently. Mountain Sea Immortal Sex Qin Gu's expression changed as he said softly, the human slaying sword art is Yun Ting's strongest technique. Seems like victory is about to be decided. Even the surrounding cultivators felt the unstoppable might of the human slaying sword art. Nobody could imagine the sort of pressure Su Zimo was facing as he stood opposite Yun Ting. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Without hesitation, Su Zimo released the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. The dragon and snake attack together, forming a heaven and earth-killing combination. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Yun Ting's voice sounded. However, his figure had already vanished, and in his place was a long sword that was about to tear the world apart. The three great sword arts were all at the limits of killing. However, the human slaying sword art contained an unyielding will that rose against the tide and fought against heaven and earth. In terms of intent, the human slaying sword art suppressed the heaven and earth slaying sword arts firmly. Boom! The human slaying sword art collided against the heaven and earth slaying sword arts, creating a deafening bang as sword chi surged in all directions endlessly. Instantly, the entire gigantic stone battlefield was filled with extremely sharp sword chi. Any grade 9 heaven immortal that entered would be minced to death by the sword chi. After a momentary stalemate, the dragon snake formed by the heaven and earth slaying swords collapsed and died. As for the human slaying sword that Yun Ting had transformed into, it stood upright in the world, emitting a torrential killing intent and endless sharpness. The human slaying sword continued slashing down. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, and he was extremely calm. He wrote a word rapidly in midair with his fingertip. Kill! Supreme divine power, killing word art. Under normal circumstances, that supreme divine power could not defend against the human slaying sword art. However, at that moment, the killing intent on the gigantic stone battlefield had already reached its peak with the release of the heaven, earth, and human slaying sword arts. Making use of the surrounding killing intent, Su Zimo released the killing word art and pushed the power of the supreme divine power to its limits instantly. Not only did the killing word art hide the killing intent of the heaven and earth slaying sword arts, it even absorbed the killing intent of the human slaying sword art. The gigantic kill word turned incomparably scarlet in midair, as though it was stained with blood. Even Book Immortal Yunju, who specialized in divine powers, had never seen such a terrifying killing word art. How smart! Even immortal King Qingyang, who was in the middle of the hall, could not help but praise when he saw that. If this killing word art was released in advance, it would definitely not be able to reach its current power. Although it seemed like the difference was merely in its time of release, the power produced was completely different. This was a manifestation of one's combat talent. Boom! The human-slaying sword and killing word art collided without relenting. Even with the might of the human-slaying sword art, it could not dispel the killing word art. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Yun Ting's laughter sounded in the gigantic stone battlefield. Great, great! Yun Ting shouted, Su Zimo, you're really something. To think that you would think of such a method to dispel my human-slaying sword art. The moment he said that, the human-slaying sword and killing word art collapsed. In the vast killing intent, Yun Ting's figure flashed, and he charged toward Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, he stomped on the ground and soared into the air, charging towards Yun Ting as well. Both of them chose to engage in melee combat at almost the same time. In my impression, Yun Ting seems to have other trump cards that he has yet to use. Furthermore, he's the successor of the Extreme and Heart Sword Daos. Could he be holding back? Su Zimo should have some trump cards left as well. For example, there's that divine power that can reduce one's lifespan he used in the Azura battlefield back then to kill the number 1 Heaven Execution Guard instantly. What do you guys know? Another cultivator sneered. How many divine powers and secret skills did the two of them release just now? Furthermore, every single divine power and secret skill were top-tier killing techniques and takes a huge toll on the essence spirit. The reason why the two of them did not continue to release their trump cards is because the power of their essence spirits has depleted and they are extremely weak. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the two of them can't even release essence, spirit, secret skills anymore, let alone divine powers and secret skills. Zhong Feiyu's judgment was similar to this person. If that was not the case, Su Zimo and Yun Ting would not have changed from a fight between divine powers and secret skills to melee combat. What a pity. Zhong Feiyu looked slightly disappointed. Ever since he was scared off by Su Zimo in the Azura battlefield back then, he had obtained a dermic treasure that could protect his essence, spirit, from his master. He was prepared to use it to deal with Su Zimo's reverse scale secret skill. From the looks of it, there should be no need for that. On the battlefield, in the blink of an eye, both parties had already closed in. Yun Ting conjured his finger swords with both hands, and sword blood coiled around his body, emitting a sharp aura as he stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella. At the same time, a cold aura rose in his eyes and his pupils constricted. Thereafter, 2 cold sword lights burst forth and the surrounding temperature dipped. Visual technique, Ice Soul Sword Eye. Enveloped by the 2 sword lights, Su Zimo's bloodline was about to freeze. If he could channel his blood chi, the cold chi would not be a threat to the Green Lotus True Body. But now, Su Zimo could only fight with visual techniques. Illumination Eye. Without hesitation, a blinding beam of light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and collided against the 2 incoming sword lights. His left eye was still shrouded by a mysterious power of darkness, and he could not release the nether glow eye. As for Yun Ting's Ice Soul Sword Eye, it was extremely powerful. Back in the Emperor's tomb, it suppressed the Illumination Eye. Today, the visual techniques of both parties clashed once more. Illumination Eye was still unable to defend against the Ice Soul Sword Eye. Although the searing heat of Illumination Eye neutralized the sword intent in the Ice Soul Sword Eye, it could not defend against the coldness of the visual technique. Instantly, Su Zimo's body was covered by a layer of frost, and his movements were restricted. At that moment, Yun Ting's finger sword had already closed in and was less than a foot away from his glabella. A smile appeared on Yun Ting's face. The slight suppression of his visual technique allowed him to seize the opening and secure victory with a single strike. Right then, Suzimo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar that shocked all living beings. Instantly, the world went silent. Chapter 2576. 2576. Complete Suppression. 2576. Complete Suppression. That roar contained a supreme will and a powerful might that even caused the cultivators present to shudder. The dragon roar secret skill was released. When Yunting saw Suzimo open his mouth, he realized what was about to happen and hurriedly released his sound domain technique. Slash. Yunting shouted, and a long sword formed from sound appeared in midair. His voice converged into a sword. However, the moment the sword was formed, it was shattered by Suzimo's dragon roar secret skill. Cracks appeared on the sword and it dissipated rapidly. Yunting was superior to Suzimo in terms of visual technique. However, he was no match for Suzimo in terms of sound domain secret skills. This dragon roar secret skill had long surpassed the original sound domain secret skill of the dragon race. It was fused with many dermic daos, including the sound of thunder, the roar of the dragon phoenix and azure dragon. Even true dragons could not defend against Suzimo's dragon roar secret skill. Of course, the dragon roar secret skill could not hurt Yunting either. Yunting's physique was strong and his sword blood was ferocious. Even without releasing his sound sword, the dragon roar secret skill alone could not injure him. However, the dragon roar secret skill still caused a momentary pause for Yunting's actions. That momentary pause was more than enough for Suzimo. He took half a step back and opened up the space slightly, chanting Sanskrit. He conjured a dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries rapidly and smashed it towards Yunting's finger sword. Bang! The fist and finger collided. Yunting's finger sword could even penetrate perfect heaven-grade dermic treasures. Only top Khanate heaven-grade dermic treasures could take it head-on. What was even more frightening was that Yunting's finger sword contained an extremely sharp and terrifying power of his sword blood. However, when Yunting's finger stabbed Suzimo's fist, it was as though it had struck an immovable and incomparably tough mountain peak. Yunting's attack that was accumulated with strength suffered a setback. He felt a sharp pain on his finger sword, as though it was about to be snapped. Pissed, Yunting took a deep breath and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. His finger sword could break everything. What body of flesh and blood could defend against it? Back in the Emperor's tomb, after he released his blood chi, Suzimo had to avoid it and suffered minor injuries continuously. Back then, Suzimo could only barely fight him with his powerful regeneration capabilities. To think that Suzimo would be able to take him head-on in melee combat today with just his physique and even gain a slight advantage. Things were long different from the past. Yunting had grown continuously over the years, forging a sword body and condensing sword blood. As for Suzimo's Green Lotus True Body, its potential was even greater and had already grown to grade 11, almost at its peak. Furthermore, the Green Lotus True Body cultivated the body tempering section of the Pure Jade Manual, which was from the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual and was a taboo mystic classic. There were also many powerful cultivation techniques, such as the Divine Elephant Breathing Technique and Void Thunder Manual. Even without using his blood chi, the physique of the Green Lotus True Body was unprecedented. Furthermore, when Suzimo released the Six-Tusk Divine Strength, his physique's strength increased exponentially once more. Earlier on, he made use of the Dragon Roar secret skill to turn the tides. Thereafter, he released Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries along with a supreme dermic seal, the Great Vajrawheel Seal. The Great Vajrawheel Seal was unshakable and indestructible. In just a short exchange, Suzimo had already released many powerful trump cards to seize the upper hand. Yun Ting felt a sharp pain from his finger sword and sword blood surged. Instantly the pain was resolved. However, the moment his mind wavered, Su Zimo caught it right away. Immediately after, he spoke again and released another Sanskrit sound. Hum. At the same time, Su Zimo's hands conjured hand seals once more and released the great Mount Meru seal, suppressing Yun Ting's head fiercely. Bang! Boom! Right in front of many cultivators, an incomparably majestic mountain peak was formed in midair. It was even taller and more majestic than divine Firmament Palace, with a torrential aura. Great Mount Meru. When immortal King Qingyang saw the mountain peak, he narrowed his eyes slightly and his heart skipped a beat. This lad's attainments in Buddhism have already reached such an extent. To think that he can conjure the sacred mountain of the pure land of bliss. Immortal King Qingyang was extremely interested in Su Zimo's identity and background. In fact, he even suspected if Su Zimo was from the pure land of bliss. Gasps could be heard from the surroundings of the divine firmament hall as well. Many cultivators felt suffocated when they saw such a majestic mountain descending with a shocking might. How could any living being in the world withstand such a mountain? Lai Xian had a conflicted expression when he saw the phantom of Great Mount Meru. Back in the Azura battlefield, he was suppressed by Su Zimo's 2 Buddhist dermic seals and was defeated right away. At that time, Su Zimo had just fought a fierce battle and was only a grade 7 heaven immortal. Right now, this Great Mount Meru was even stronger than the one he faced on the Azura battlefield. With the augmentation of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the power of any Buddhist dermic Tao would increase exponentially. Great Mount Meru seemed to have enveloped the entire divine firmament hall. Yun Ting, who was on the gigantic stone battlefield, had nowhere to hide and could only endure it head-on. Bang! Boom! Countless rocks rolled down and a large shadow shrouded down, covering the skies with a terrifying might. Boom! Yun Ting raised one hand and the sword blood in his body buzzed. It was as though countless sharp swords were piercing out of his body to defend against the descending Great Mount Meru. Beneath Great Mount Meru, there was only a seemingly tiny figure with a single arm that towered into the skies. His body was as straight as a sword and he did not move at all. Prince Yun Ting. The many cultivators of the Xian Immortal Kingdom were emotional and their blood boiled as they shouted. This was Yun Ting. Even Great Mount Meru could not suppress him or conceal his sharpness. If Yun Ting's sword blood was allowed to continue attacking, Great Mount Meru would be destroyed before long. However, Su Zimo did not give Yun Ting any breathing room and attacked once more. His fist was like a seal, his palm was like a saber, his finger was like a sword, and his elbow was like a spear. Every single part of his body, including his fist, palm, finger, claw, elbow, knee, and shoulder, could release unparalleled attacks. As for Yun Ting, his melee combat strength was extremely terrifying as well. Sword blood flowed through his body. His sword Tao had already fused into every single inch of his flesh and bones and was cultivated to every single corner of his body. Even his brows and every single hair on his head and body were killing weapons. Against Su Zimo's attacks, Yun Ting supported Great Mount Meru with one hand and fought Su Zimo with the other in an intense battle. The surrounding cultivators watched fixedly without daring to blink. Melee combat was extremely dangerous, and victory could be decided instantly. No one dared to be distracted. Initially, both parties could still fight back and forth. However, as time passed by, Yun Ting was gradually disadvantaged and his counterattacks decreased. He fell into a passive defensive situation and was completely suppressed by Su Zimo. Apart from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Su Zimo's melee combat skills were fused with the fighting techniques of the dragon race and were honed through countless life and death battles. They were all killing techniques. In reality, Yun Ting's offensive skills were not weak. In fact, it was comparable to Su Zimo. However, he was fighting with one hand after all. It was already rare for him to last till now. Chapter 2577. 2577 Immortal Vanquishing Sword. 2577 Immortal Vanquishing Sword. Yun Ting is going to lose. Xia, Qing Qing murmured softly. Many cultivators could tell that Yun Ting would definitely lose if the situation was allowed to develop. Not necessarily. Lai Xian shook his head gently. Yun Ting's methods are definitely not limited to this. Lai Xian had a conflicted expression. As a reincarnated, perfected immortal, he had the chance to cultivate once more. To think that he would encounter peerless monster incarnates like Yun Ting and Su Zimo in this generation. Back in the Azura battlefield, he was defeated by Su Zimo's 2 Buddhist dermic seals. As for Yun Ting, he supported Great Mount Meru with one hand and could even fight Su Zimo with the other until now. The difference between him and Yun Ting was obvious. On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yun Ting also realized that the situation was grim. Sword light surged in his eyes as he channeled the blood chi in his body to its limits, breaking through the limit of tsunami blood. Suddenly, a gigantic blood-colored sword appeared behind Yun Ting, emitting an extremely sharp killing intent. That blood-colored sword was even more terrifying than the human-slaying sword intent. Back in Emperor's Tomb, when Yun Ting released his bloodline phenomenon, Su Zimo already felt a strong sense of danger. That blood-colored sword could definitely threaten him. It was the same today. Yun Ting no longer held back and released his bloodline phenomenon. Xing! The blood-colored sword tore through the air and sliced Great Mount Meru into 2 from the middle. Even the majestic and thick Great Mount Meru could not defend against the sharpness of the blood-colored sword. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and his hair stood on end. Even after thousands of years, the blood-colored sword still sent chills down his spine, as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. Back in Emperor's Tomb, Su Zimo resolved Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon by releasing essence, spirit, secret skills in succession to deal a strong blow to Yun Ting's essence spirit. He only managed to defeat Yun Ting because he did not allow the latter to condense his bloodline phenomenon. In today's fight for rank, one of the heaven ranking, Su Zimo had no intention of using his essence, spirit, secret skills. It was clear that Yun Ting had the same thoughts. The 2 of them had never mentioned this matter before. However, this was a unique chemistry between them. Furthermore, back in the Emperor's Tomb, Yun Ting had also said that he had yet to master the bloodline phenomenon completely and could not condense it right away. But now, Yun Ting clearly had control of the blood-colored sword. Su Zimo. Right then, Yun Ting's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Do you know what happens when the heaven, earth, and human-slaying sword arts become one? I think it will become a peerless divine power. Su Zimo said, That's right. Yun Ting sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and continued. When the 3 great sword arts are combined, they will become a peerless divine power, the immortal, vanquishing sword. You. At that point, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he glared at the blood-colored sword behind Yun Ting, seemingly enlightened. Yun Ting nodded. You're not wrong. My bloodline phenomenon is the immortal vanquishing sword. Back in the Emperor's Tomb, I only cultivated the embryonic form of the immortal vanquishing sword and had yet to master it completely. Over the years, I've deduced and perfected the immortal vanquishing sword myself. Although it hasn't reached the actual level of a peerless divine power, I've already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. Amazing! Su Zimo could not help but praise internally. Indeed, Yun Ting's talent in the sword Tao was unparalleled. Without the complete set of the heaven, earth, and human-slaying sword arts, he could cultivate the embryonic form of the immortal vanquishing sword art with just a single human-slaying sword art. Furthermore, he completed the immortal vanquishing sword through his own deduction over the years. Only, without the heaven and earth-slaying arts, Yun Ting's immortal vanquishing sword was still not perfect at the end of the day and was not at the level of a peerless divine power. As long as it was not a peerless divine power, Su Zimo still stood a chance. The moment Yun Ting summoned the immortal vanquishing sword bloodline phenomenon, all the cultivators present felt their hearts skip a beat. Many cultivators even felt chills run down their spines, as though a sharp blade was hanging on their necks and could slice them off at any moment. Immortal vanquishing sword. Immortal King Qin Yang murmured softly with a hint of fear in his eyes. On the gigantic stone battlefield, carrying the immortal vanquishing sword on his back, Yun Ting reversed the momentum of the situation instantly and strode toward Su Zimo, shouting, "Su Zimo, come on! Let me see what else you have." Su Zimo had a calm expression as he conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. Suddenly, a vast star region appeared above his head. The star region could roughly be subdivided into 7 smaller regions. Only one of them was dim, but 6 of them were already lit up. Millions of stars shone with resplendent starlight and scattered down, gushing into Su Zimo's apertures. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. Su Zimo could not use his bloodline right in front of everyone, let alone the bloodline phenomenon of his creation Green Lotus. The only thing he could release was the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. Su Zimo had already cultivated this secret skill to greater mastery and lit up 6 star regions. With the help of the power of millions of stars, its might was comparable to a bloodline phenomenon once released. When he saw that, Yun Ting shook his head gently. That's not enough. Yun Ting willed, and the immortal vanquishing sword behind him slashed gently. Shing! In the firmaments, the vast starry skies were split into 2 by the immortal vanquishing sword. Instantly, countless stars fell, and the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram was destroyed by the immortal vanquishing sword. Star-plucking hand. Su Zimo made use of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram's boundless star region to release a supreme divine power. Under the envelopment of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, star-plucking hand condensed endless starlight, and its power increased exponentially. Too weak. Yun Ting shook his head once more, and the immortal vanquishing sword behind him moved, slicing the star-plucking hand into 2 instantly. Everywhere the sharpness of the immortal vanquishing sword passed, it slashed and destroyed everything. Su Zimo, you can admit defeat now. Yun Ting had his hands behind his back and a haughty expression. The immortal vanquishing sword hovered in front of him and could slash down at any moment. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly without saying anything. Yun Ting said, "I know that you might feel indignant or dissatisfied, but this is the reality. It's not embarrassing to lose to the immortal vanquishing sword. Of course, even if I win today, I won't look down on you. In the same cultivation realm, you're the only one I value. It's because of you that I became even stronger. If you want to challenge me in the future, you're welcome to do so at any time. I hope that you won't fall too far behind me after entering the perfected One Realm." Relying on his bloodline phenomenon, the immortal vanquishing sword, Yun Ting stood on the gigantic stone battlefield and raised his head slightly, speaking with assurance like a victor. However, those words sounded logical to the cultivators present. It was not embarrassing to lose to Yun Ting. Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu were both smiling. Although Yun Ting and Su Zimo did not end up in an internecine outcome, both of them had already released most of their trump cards. Once this battle was over, their chance would arrive. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and looked at Yun Ting, who was confident of victory. "Who gave you the confidence to think that you can suppress me with just an incomplete bloodline phenomenon?" Chapter 2578. 2578 Impermanence of Life and Death. 2578 Impermanence of Life and death. Humph. Yun Ting was a little displeased when he saw that Su Zimo refused to admit defeat. He was giving Su Zimo a way out on account of his sister. To think that Su Zimo would be so tactless. Since that was the case, he was going to teach Su Zimo a lesson instead. Yun Ting's spirit consciousness moved, and he pointed in Su Zimo's direction. The immortal vanquishing sword behind him transformed into a blood beam and slashed forward. Su Zimo's expression was calm. He did not dodge or avoid, and his hands shifted continuously. Everything is impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. Su Zimo murmured a few obscure sutras and released an incomparably divine dermic seal that was filled with Buddhist light. It was one of the 3 secret skills of the taboo mystic classic, Prajna Nirvana Sutra Impermanent Seal. Everything in the world was impermanent and cycled through life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. Be it the divine powers, secret skills, or bloodline phenomenon released by Yun Ting, they were categorized under everything. Everything was impermanent. The moment the impermanent seal collided with Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon, the life and death of the immortal vanquishing sword could be decided with a single thought. The impermanent seal came from a true taboo mystic classic and was one of the 3 major dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries. There were also records of the remaining 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. However, given Su Zimo's current cultivation realm and comprehension of Buddhism, he could not comprehend it even with the Bodhi seed. The remaining 2 dermic seals were of a higher level, and he could not come into contact with them yet. Phew! The immortal vanquishing sword slashed down and collided with the impermanent seal. Under countless gazes, the blood-colored sword dissipated instantly and disappeared before long. The entire divine firmament hall was in an uproar. Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon had just destroyed 2 of Su Zimo's divine powers and secret skills with such dominance and ease. To think that it would be resolved by a mysterious dermic seal. Yun Zhu's expression changed in deep thought. She knew that Su Zimo had once obtained the Hell Suppression Tripod and cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. She also knew that there were 3 major dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries in the taboo mystic classic. This should be the impermanent seal, as expected of a taboo mystic classic. Yun Zhu nodded to herself. If Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon had reached the level of an actual peerless divine power, it would be difficult for the impermanent seal to dispel it. Unfortunately, Yun Ting had not seen the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. That bloodline phenomenon merely touched the threshold of a peerless divine power, but it was still not an actual peerless divine power at the end of the day. On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yun Ting frowned. Back in the fight for the earth ranking, he had seen Su Zimo release this dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries to neutralize Feng Yin's divine power. However, he did not take it to heart. To think that this dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries could neutralize his bloodline phenomenon. Yun Ting was enraged. He had just said a lot of things because he thought that victory was within his grasp. To think that the situation would change in the blink of an eye, and he felt his face heat up. Good. Yun Ting harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. Since you refuse to admit defeat, I won't hold back either. I'll let you witness my true trump card. Buzz! Yun Ting's spirit consciousness moved, and a long sword that flashed with lightning appeared in his palm. The sword was surrounded by lightning, but it could not conceal the sharpness it emitted. It was extremely sharp, and as it buzzed and trembled, Su Zimo felt a slight pain on his face. The name of this sword is Divine Firmament. It has followed me for many years and has never tasted defeat. Yun Ting named his personal sword Divine Firmament. It was enough to see his ambition and boldness. Divine Firmament. Back then, I accidentally entered an ancient ruin and barged into a sea of lightning. I obtained a divine stone and smelted it for 49 years before obtaining this sword. Su Zimo focused his gaze. There were a few faint lightning burn marks on the divine firmament sword that were extremely similar to the sentient dermic treasures used by perfected immortal experts. Under normal circumstances, only when cultivators advance to the perfected one realm and attract the perfected one heavenly tribulation to refine their dermic treasures could nurture sentience and intelligence, transforming into sentient dermic treasures. There would also be a few lightning burn marks on the sentient dermic treasures. If a 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was attracted and the dermic treasure did not shatter even after experiencing it, it would be called a 9 tribulation spirit treasure, also known as a pure yang spirit treasure. Yun Ting's sword was nurtured in the sea of lightning to begin with. When the divine firmament sword attained greater mastery, it carried burn marks and possessed spirit consciousness that was comparable to sentient dermic treasures. That was also the reason why the green lotus true body could feel a sharpness and a faint pain before he even made contact with the divine firmament sword. The divine firmament sword was indeed a rare divine weapon, and even the green lotus true body could not take it head-on with his body. However, Su Zimo had a calm expression. He had many dermic treasures on him as well, and they were definitely not weaker than the divine firmament sword. You should understand that my greatest reliance is the sword Tao. Yun Ting wielded the divine firmament sword, and his sword landed gently on the sword's spine. Rubbing it slowly, he said proudly, "Initially, I did not want to summon the divine firmament sword. However, since you and I have fought to this point, fine. I'll let you have a taste of the sharpness of the divine firmament sword." The moment he said that, Yun Ting flicked his sword gently. Clang! Clang! The divine firmament sword buzzed and trembled. Sword chi intensified, and its body shone with crackling electric arcs. Instantly it vanished from the spot and stabbed towards Su Zimo. The speed of the divine firmament sword was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Apart from killing, the speed of the sword Tao was also top tier among the many dermic Taos. On the divine firmament sword, there was the speed of the sword Tao as well as the augmentation of the thunder Tao. With the might of thunder, it became even faster. The moment the sword hum sounded, the divine firmament sword had already arrived before Su Zimo. Yun Ting's figure seemed to have vanished. Even most of the cultivators watching could not catch sight of Yun Ting, let alone Su Zimo, who was standing opposite him. Yun Ting had already fused perfectly with the divine firmament sword. He followed the sword and became one with it. Even spirit consciousnesses would have difficulty detecting Yun Ting, let alone the naked eye. Yun Ting's sword Tao was indeed terrifying. If it was anyone else, they would not have been able to defend against that sword strike. However, Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast. He blocked his 5 senses and retracted his spirit consciousness immediately, merely relying on his spirit perception to sense where the danger was. Clang! Suddenly, a green glow flew out from Su Zimo's glabella. An auspicious jade flew out and did not clash head-on with the sharpness of the divine firmament sword. Instead, it struck the spine of the divine firmament sword with extreme precision, creating a crisp sound. The divine firmament sword shuddered. Under normal circumstances, the Trinity auspicious jade could disperse the essence chi on divine weapons, dermic treasures, and spirit consciousnesses. Any dermic treasure that collided with it would be brushed away. As for Yun Ting, he was fused with the divine firmament sword. Coupled with the lightning surrounding the divine firmament sword, the collision of the Trinity auspicious jade did not knock the divine firmament sword down. Even so, the divine firmament sword paused slightly in midair and revealed an opening. Chapter 2579. 2579 Surrounded and Beaten. 2579, surrounded and beaten. Suzumo's gaze intensified. Unknowingly, a horsetail whip had already appeared in his hands, and he moved his wrist gently. With a whoosh, 3,000 silver-white threads tore through the air and surged towards the divine firmament sword and Yunting with a terrifying might, as though they had transformed into a galaxy. Yunting frowned slightly. He could naturally tell that Suzumo's horsetail whip was not easy to deal with. The 3,000 threads were not much of a threat to him. However, if he were to fall into the galaxy conjured by the 3,000 silver threads, he would definitely sink deeper and his movement technique would be restricted, preventing him from unleashing the true might of the sword Dao. In melee combat, it was extremely important to seize the initiative. Yunting did not want to fall into a passive position. At that thought, Yunting swayed slightly and suddenly turned blurry. His figure faded as though he had escaped into the unknown void and was no longer in this world. It was the top movement technique secret skill of the upper world, Void Cruising Sword. The reason why this movement technique was so powerful was because Void Cruising Sword had already come into contact with the Dermic Tao of space. One could cruise through the void to avoid danger and break free from their predicaments. The galaxy formed by the 3,000 silver threads washed past Yunting's direction. However, Yunting and the divine firmament sword strangely vanished. It was not teleportation. Instead, he vanished into thin air on the battlefield and escaped into the void. That move was extremely stunning. When the 3,000 threads were exhausted and the galaxy was weak, Yunting would suddenly appear with the divine firmament sword and retaliate against Suzumo. Right then, a strange look flashed through Suzumo's eyes. In his mind, the mysterious Ling Long Zugzwangs surfaced one after another. Chessboards flashed before his eyes one by one, before finally stopping at the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang. The key to resolving the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang was the Dermic Tao of space. Right at that moment, Suzumo made use of the spirit consonance art and together with the power of the martial Tao prime body, resolved the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang. Although he could not control that power yet, the method to break out of the situation had long been imprinted in his mind. Right in front of everyone, Yunting had already made use of the sword Dao to escape into the void and disappear. However, under Suzumo's gaze, the gigantic stone battlefield where the two of them were located became a chessboard with a Ling Long Zugzwang. Yunting's location was clearly visible, and there was nowhere to hide. Yunting entered the void and was ready to retaliate. However, in the void, he suddenly realized that Suzumo was staring at him fixedly. Those eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void and see where he was. How is that possible? Yunting felt uncomfortable under Suzumo's gaze. He used his movement technique once more and escaped into another part of the void. However, before he could steady himself, Suzumo's gaze shifted over as well, still staring at him with a strange expression and a fake smile. What's going on? Yunting felt chills run down his spine from Suzumo's gaze. He released his movement technique consecutively and escaped into the void. However, Suzumo's gaze followed him like a shadow, fixed on his back. Instantly, Yunting felt like a monkey that was being teased as he jumped around. Suddenly, a silver spear suddenly tore through the void and arrived before him instantly, piercing towards the back of his head. It was only at that moment that Yunting truly believed that Suzumo could see through his tracks. He slashed in reverse and collided against the incoming spear. Clang! The sword and spear collided and metal clashed with sparks flying. The spear was shattered into silver-white threads by his sword. The so-called spear was formed from the 3,000 threads of the primordial unity horsetail whip. The offensive methods of the primordial unity horsetail whip were treacherous and varied. It could be tough or gentle, fusing yin and yang. When it was tough, the threads would form a spear that was indestructible. When it was gentle, the threads would be like water and were endlessly flexible. Although the incoming spear was dispersed, Yun Ting was also knocked out of the void by the ferocious power contained in the spear and landed on the gigantic stone battlefield once more. The fight between the two of them seemed long. However, to the many cultivators watching, it only took a few breaths. Suddenly, Yun Ting vanished. Thereafter, Su Zimo glared at the void of the gigantic stone battlefield and took a few glances. Suddenly, he waved his horsetail whip and forced Yun Ting out of the unknown void. Before Yun Ting could stand still, the Trinity Auspicious Jade descended from the skies. Yun Ting raised his sword hurriedly to defend. Clang! Although the Trinity Auspicious Jade was sent flying, Yun Ting's body trembled slightly as well. The power of thunder on the divine firmament sword dissipated significantly as well and condensed again before long. Splash! Immediately after, the 3,000 threads transformed into a galaxy with raging tides that surged and drowned Yun Ting instantly. Break! Yun Ting's voice sounded in the galaxy. Immediately after, an extremely sharp beam surged into the skies and split the galaxy into two. Swoosh! Yun Ting reappeared and stood on the galaxy with a torrential aura. The Trinity Auspicious Jade smashed down once more. Clang! The sharpness of the thunder on the divine firmament sword was dispersed by the Trinity Auspicious Jade the moment they started converging. Even if Yun Ting possessed an unmatched sword Dao, he could not release it. The moment his sword Dao was released, it was shattered by the Trinity Auspicious Jade and the primordial Unity horsetail whip. 3 heads, 6 arms. Immediately after, Su Zimo released his supreme divine power, wielding the primordial Unity horsetail whip in one hand, Trinity Auspicious Jade in another, and the 7 tails Phoenix feather fan in the last one. He charged towards Yun Ting. Clang! 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 Su Zimo's body spun continuously as the primordial Unity horsetail whip, Trinity Auspicious Jade, and 7 tails Phoenix feather fan took turns attacking Yun Ting. Not only that, Su Zimo's remaining 3 arms that were free attacked Yun Ting, as well in the form of punches, slaps, and finger thrusts. Yun Ting's sword Dao was already shattered by the primordial Unity horsetail whip and Trinity Auspicious Jade. Right now, he even had to face the 7 tails Phoenix feather fan and Su Zimo's 3 arms in melee combat. There was an ancient saying that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Right now, Yun Ting was facing 6 arms. In that series of attacks, Su Zimo's fists, divine weapons, and dermic treasures filled his entire peripheral vision. He could not even catch his breath. For Yun Ting, 3 heads, 6 arms was not a divine power that was difficult to cultivate. However, he had never cultivated it before and was disdainful towards it. In his eyes, the sword in his hands was enough to deal with all strong foes and kill all living beings. He had not expected to encounter Su Zimo's unreasonable fighting style today. Su Zimo did not use any special moves at all. He merely smashed towards Yun Ting fiercely with the primordial Unity horsetail whip and Trinity Auspicious Jade, and the latter was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. Yun Ting was drenched in sweat and was forced to retreat in defeat, in shock and anger. He was suppressed by Su Zimo and did not even have the chance to curse. The scene before him was equivalent to 3 Su Zimos attacking Yun Ting at the same time. No matter how strong Yun Ting's sword technique was, he could not withstand it. As for Su Zimo, he could not take down Yun Ting after attacking for a long time. When he saw that Yun Ting was still gritting his teeth and holding on, he could not help but smirk with a strange smile. Suddenly, a jade manual flew out from his glabella. Immediately after, the jade manual transformed into a figure at the side. Jade pure jade manual, primeval body. Fuck. When Yun Ting saw that his vision, and he almost fainted from anger. Chapter 2580. 2580 taking advantage of others? 2580 taking advantage of others. Yun Ting was merely supported by a single sword, but he was assaulted relentlessly by Su Zimo's 3 heads, 6 arms. Gradually he could not withstand it and was struggling. To think that Su Zimo would summon another primeval body. This time round, it was equivalent to Yun Ting facing 4 Su Zimos. That's way too much. Yun Ting's face darkened as he cursed internally. At that moment, there was only a single thought in his mind. After today, he would definitely cultivate the supreme divine power. 3 heads, 6 arms. When the primeval body was condensed, it took on the form of the taboo dragon phoenix and attacked Yun Ting, as well together with Su Zimo's 3 heads, 6 arms. The pressure on Yun Ting increased significantly. Although there were no divine weapons in the hands of the taboo dragon phoenix, it was the primeval body, condensed by the pure jade manual after all, and was extremely strong. Any kick or punch would cause considerable damage to Yun Ting. However, he gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat. The toll on Su Zimo must be immense for him to release such ferocious attacks, using 3 heads, 6 arms. He would not be able to sustain it for long. That was the saying that one would definitely decline at their peak. Relying on his strong physique and strong sword blood, Yun Ting grit his teeth and endured. He was looking forward to launching a counterattack once Su Zimo's strength was depleted. However, as time passed by, Yun Ting felt increasingly despaired. After an entire 5 minutes, Su Zimo's attacks did not weaken. Instead, they turned increasingly ferocious, and his aura intensified as his strength grew. Yun Ting was merely defending passively, but he felt like he could not hold on any longer. His head spun and his vision darkened. There was no way Yun Ting knew that the strongest thing about the Green Lotus True Body was its endurance capabilities. He could even hold out for dozens of minutes, let alone just 5. Isn't that way too tragic? After all, it's 1 against 4. 2 fists are no match for 8 hands. It's not Yun Ting's fault. Why does it feel like a junior is being disciplined? The 1,000 cultivators in the divine firmament hall were dumbfounded when they saw that. Nobody expected this to be the situation at the end of the battle. Rank 1 on the heaven ranking prediction, Yun Ting was cornered by Su Zimo in the gigantic stone battlefield and beaten badly without any chance to retaliate. In the direction of the Xian Immortal Kingdom, Yunju suddenly burst into laughter. When Mo Qing saw that Yun Ting was bound to lose, she was worried about Yunju and looked over from time to time. "Sister, are you all right?" At that moment, when she saw Yunju smiling as though she was in a good mood, she was puzzled and asked worriedly, "Yeah, I'm very well." Yunju smiled and nodded. Pausing for a moment, she said, "It's good for Yun Ting to lose as well. It can be considered a lesson for him to know that there's always someone better out there." "Yes." Mo Qing nodded, slightly as well. "Actually, it's quite an unfair victory for junior brother Su. He has 3 heads, 6 arms, and a clone. It's pretty much like bullying." Those words were naturally just pleasantries to console Yunju. However, many cultivators of the Xian Immortal Kingdom nodded repeatedly when they heard that. Some cultivators had indignant expressions and were unwilling to accept the fact that Prince Yun Ting was defeated. So they said, "That's right. If it's a 1-on-1 fight, Prince Yun Ting will definitely be able to defeat Su Zimo." Yunju said indifferently, "Be it 3 heads, 6 arms, or the primeval body, they are the trump cards of his. Naturally, he can release them as he pleases. If Yun Ting was capable enough, he could have summoned hundreds of clones as well." When they heard that, although everyone from the Xian Immortal Kingdom was unwilling to accept it, they did not dare to complain anymore. Yunju looked at the 2 people on the gigantic stone battlefield with a relaxed expression. The reason why she was so happy was not because the outcome of the battle between the 2 people on the gigantic stone battlefield was about to be decided. She could accept the outcome of this battle between the two paragons, no matter who won. Her only worry was that the two of them would be injured, or even die, because of this. It was only now that she was relieved. That was because she realized that the two of them had held back in this battle and did not fight to the death. The two of them had an extremely tacit understanding and did not use their essence, spirit, secret skills. Furthermore, be it Su Zimo or Yun Ting, both of them exercised restraint. Otherwise, Yun Ting would have lost a long time ago. Unlike the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy and Zixian Immortal Kingdom, Qinggu of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Zhongfeiyu of Flying Immortal Sect were secretly delighted. The longer the two of them fought, the more energy they would expend and the more advantageous it would be for them. On the gigantic stone battlefield. No more, no more. In the corner, Yun Ting, who had been beaten up by Su Zimo for 5 minutes, finally could not hold on any longer and shouted while panting. When Su Zimo heard Yun Ting speak, he did not continue pounding and retreated in a flash. Yun Ting was drenched in sweat. He did not care how many people were watching and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He did not have any injuries on his body. However, his body ached and he was exhausted from Su Zimo's 3 heads, 6 arms, and primeval body. Yun Ting took out a handful of immortal pills from his storage bag and swallowed them all, trying his best to absorb and refine them. The primeval body could not withstand it either and gradually dissipated. The pure jade manual transformed into a streak of green light and returned to Su Zimo's consciousness. 3 heads, 6 arms dissipated as well. In reality, Su Zimo could no longer maintain his supreme divine power. Without the 6-tusk divine strength and 3 heads, 6 heads arms, his strength would be much weaker as well. However, Yun Ting truly could not hold on any longer. Furthermore, he could tell that if Su Zimo was willing to attack with his full strength, he would not have been able to last till now. On the gigantic stone battlefield, one of them wore green robes and had a rosy complexion, looking calm and composed. The other sat limply on the ground, sweating and panting. Victory was decided. He won. In the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Xia Qingqing clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Brother Su will become one of the heaven ranking this time round." He was truly happy for Su Zimo. Lai Xian had a calm expression as he shook his head gently. Su Zimo did defeat Yun Ting, but he might not be one of the heaven ranking. "Why do you say that?" Xia Qingqing asked with a frown. Lai Xian's gaze swept past the eager Qinggu and Zhongfeiyu not far away. The two of them over there will definitely not give up. They are still intending to challenge Brother Su. Xia Qingqing's heart sank. Brother Su has expended too much energy in this battle and has used up all his trump cards. What's up with the two of them? They're trying to take advantage of the situation? Lai Xian was extremely calm as he analyzed. The fight between Su Zimo and Yun Ting was a fight that went beyond the rules to begin with. Although Divine Firmament Palace acknowledged it, they did not express their support explicitly. According to the rules, the one of the heaven ranking has to engage in multiple ranking battles and convince the masses. If Qinggu and Zhongfeiyu insist on this, Divine Firmament Palace won't be able to say anything. We can't abolish the heaven ranking rules of many years just because of Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Xia Qingqing frowned and asked, "Is there any way to resolve it?" Lai Xian shook his head and sighed gently. Although there's an outcome for the battle between the two of them, others will benefit from it. Sigh. Benefit from it. Right then, Xia Ling suddenly spoke with a deep meaning. "I'm afraid it's not going to be easy for them to gain this benefit." Chapter 2581, 2581 Challenge. 2581 Challenge. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Qinggu looked at the two people on the gigantic stone battlefield and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What are you doing?" Just as Qinggu was about to stand up, Chess Immortal June, you seem to have sensed something, and suddenly spoke. June, you did not turn back and merely glanced sideways. As though she could read Chingu's mind, she asked indifferently, "You want to take advantage of them?" Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of sternness. Chingu hesitated slightly. If it was an ordinary heaven immortal, they would most likely not dare to have any other thoughts in the face of the chess immortal's question. However, Chingu was a reincarnated, perfected immortal after all. Back when he reincarnated, Chess Immortal June Yu had yet to rise. From that perspective, June Yu was merely a junior to him. Chingu pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "You're wrong. According to the rules of the heaven ranking, I'm qualified to challenge them to begin with. This can't be considered as taking advantage of them. It was their choice to fight till this point. It has nothing to do with me. The reason why I want to be rank one of the heaven ranking is not only for myself, but also for the glory of the sect." Chingu's words were extremely powerful as well. Not only did he resolve Junyu's question, he even rose a level and correlated the position as rank one of the heaven ranking with the glory of the sect. Chess Immortal June, he was someone from Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, after all. Chingu was certain that even if she wanted to stop him, she could not say anything more. A mocking look flashed through Junyu's eyes, as though she had already read Chingu's mind. "Up to you. Good luck." At the same time, on the side of Flying Immortal Sect, Zhong Feiyu glared at Su Zimo, who was on the gigantic stone battlefield with a murderous aura, prepared to get up. "Meng Yao, I'll definitely kill this lad and take revenge for you." Relying on his status as a reincarnated, perfected immortal, Zhong Feiyu called Meng Yao by her name without the use of titles such as senior sister. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Zhong." Meng Yao nodded slightly and reminded, "However, Brother Zhong, you have to be careful. Don't be careless. That Su Zimo might still have something up his sleeves." "Don't worry." Zhong Feiyu smirked sinisterly. "I'm long prepared." On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yunting took a few breaths and swallowed many immortal pills. His breathing gradually stabilized as he looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. "You won this time round, but I'm indignant." "Oh!" Su Zimo could tell that Yunting was implying something and could not help but raise his brow. Just as Yunting was about to speak, two people stood out from the crowd on both sides below. It was Chingu of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Zhong Feiyu of Flying Immortal Sect. The two of them glared at them with burning gazes and torrential auras, filled with fighting spirit. Yun Ting's expression darkened. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at Chingu and Zhong Feiyu, asking slowly, "What are the two of you trying to do?" "Nothing much." Chingu said in a deep voice, "There are naturally rules for the heaven ranking. The position of rank 1 isn't something that can be decided just by the outcome of the two of you." "That's right." Zhong Feiyu glared at Su Zimo with evil intentions and laughed evilly. "If you want to be rank 1 of the heaven ranking, you'll have to ask my flying fish sword first." "Bullshit." Yun Ting had just been enraged by Su Zimo and had nowhere to vent it. When he saw how shameless Zhong Feiyu and Chingu were, he could not help but curse. He spat at the two of them. "Under normal circumstances, even if the two of you attack together, you won't be able to defend against my divine firmament sword." "Humph." Zhong Feiyu sneered. "Rules are of paramount importance for the fight for the heaven ranking. You can't blame others for your reckless behavior. If you want to be rank 1 of the heaven ranking, you'll have to convince the masses. What has the outcome of the fight between the two of you got to do with us?" Pausing for a moment, Zhong Feiyu surveyed his surroundings and declared, "We're not the only ones. Among the paragons present, there are many who don't agree as well." In reality, everyone could tell that Su Zimo was truly the rank 1 of the heaven ranking since he defeated Yunting. However, many cultivators did not mind escalating the situation. Now that Chingu and Zhong Feiyu stood out, another commotion broke out. Immediately, someone echoed and shouted that they were indignant. Instantly, the crowd chimed in with a deafening commotion. On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yun Ting's expression darkened and his eyes were filled with killing intent. On the other hand, Su Zimo had a calm expression and remained silent. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Feiyu burst into laughter and suppressed the surrounding commotion. Su Zimo, you saw it too, right? That's the thought of all the cultivators. If you want to be one of the heaven ranking, you have to convince the masses. Qin Gu nodded as well. He looked at immortal King Qingyang and said, according to the rules of the heaven ranking, the two of us will definitely go against Su Zimo and Yun Ting given our rankings. It's well within reason. Yes, immortal King Qingyang said in a deep voice, indeed. How shameless. On the side of Heaven and Earth Academy, many Academy disciples were indignant. Mo Qing frowned slightly as well and said softly with a worried expression, should we get junior brother Su to retreat and give up on fighting for one of the heaven ranking? Yes. Yang Ruoxa nodded. That's indeed safer. In fact, in everyone's hearts, brother Su is already one of the heaven ranking. There's no need for him to fight for that empty title. Yun Zhu had a calm expression as she smiled gently. She held Mo Qing's small hand gently and consoled her. Don't worry, the two of them will sort it out themselves. On the gigantic stone battlefield. Turning around, Yun Ting looked at Su Zimo at the side and suddenly asked, how are you? Can you still fight? Of course. Su Zimo nodded. All right. Yun Ting's eyes lit up. Let's each choose an opponent and see who wins first. Actually, he still had some trump cards that he had yet to use in the fight earlier on. Those trump cards were all powerful killing moves. Once released, even he could not control them and it would result in either death or serious injuries. Yun Ting wanted to defeat Su Zimo. However, in the depths of his heart, he did not want to kill Su Zimo. Furthermore, he could vaguely sense that Su Zimo and his sister were very close. Even on account of Yun Zhu, he was unwilling to harm Su Zimo's life. That was the reason why he said that he was indignant, although Su Zimo won this time round. And now, both of them could choose an opponent without holding back and could fight freely. From that perspective, the fight between the two of them was not over. Yun Ting wanted to use this method to display his powerful trump cards to Su Zimo so that he could compete with the latter. Sure. Naturally, Su Zimo could read Yun Ting's mind and agreed without hesitation. Take your pick first. I'm fine with anything. On the battlefield, the conversation between the two of them was not hidden either. The 1,000 cultivators in the Divine Firmament Hall, Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu included, heard everything clearly. The cultivators were dumbfounded. What were the two of them doing? Instead of being worried, they were choosing their opponents. This was no longer looking down on Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu. This was complete disregard. The two reincarnated, perfected immortals, Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu, were like fish on a chopping board in the conversation between Su Zimo and Yun Ting. The two butchers were merely discussing who could kill faster. Chapter 2582 2582 Extreme, Sword Dao 2582 Extreme, Sword Dao. Yun Ting pondered for a moment. I'll leave Zhong Feiyu to you. I'll settle Qin Gu. Zhong Feiyu was from Flying Immortal Sect. Thanks to Zither Immortal Meng Yao, things between him and Su Zimo were irreconcilable. Furthermore, the two of them had offended one another in the Azura battlefield. Yun Ting's choice conveniently allowed Su Zimo a chance to settle the grudges between him and Zhong Feiyu. As for Qin Gu of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, he did not have any deep feud with Su Zimo. The reason why he stood out this time round was because he wanted to challenge one of the heaven ranking. However, if Qin Gu could not even defeat Yun Ting, he was even less qualified to challenge Su Zimo. Su Zimo and Yun Ting discussed and chose their opponents on the gigantic stone battlefield as though no one was around. Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu had ugly expressions. This was a complete humiliation for them. Cut the crap. Zhong Feiyu retracted his smile and glared at Su Zimo coldly with a dark expression. Hurry up if you want to fight. Are you trying to buy time? The reason why Zhong Feiyu dared to challenge Su Zimo was because Su Zimo and Yun Ting had expended a lot of energy in the battle and had used up all their trump cards. If Su Zimo was given enough time to recover to half of his peak condition, Zhong Feiyu would not dare to stand out, let alone if he was in his peak condition. Since that's the case, let the two fights take place at the same time. Immortal King Qin stood up and waved his robes. Another gigantic rock rose rapidly in the middle of the hall, forming a battlefield. Yun Ting glanced at Su Zimo and raised his head slightly with a provocative expression. Thereafter, he arrived at the second battlefield in a flash. Qin Gu entered the second battlefield later on as well. Zhong Feiyu arrived at the first battlefield to confront Su Zimo. The top 4 paragons and monster incarnates of the heaven ranking prediction were about to fight, and their rankings would be decided soon. Extreme. Yun Ting bit the tip of his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, scattering it on the divine firmament sword. Lightning flashed and sword chi intensified. Yun Ting had just fought a huge battle and had expended a lot of energy. However, at that moment, he was invigorated and his aura rose rapidly. He actually recovered rapidly and was even stronger than when he fought Su Zimo. That was the extreme sword Dao. In exchange for burning his essence blood, he could release his immense potential in a short period of time and unleash the speed, killing power, and everything else about the sword Dao to its limits. When he fought Su Zimo, Yun Ting did not use this trump card. That was because, once released, the extreme sword Dao could only advance and not retreat. Unless the other party was defeated and bled, his attacks would not stop until his essence blood was burned up. There was no way out for the extreme sword Dao. Even if they had to die together, he had to press forward. Yun Ting did not want to fight Su Zimo to that extent. However, he had no such reservations against Qin Gu. Swoosh! Yun Ting followed the sword and vanished. He was connected to the bloodline of the divine firmament sword and became one completely. The divine firmament sword arrived before Qin Gu and launched a flurry of attacks. Qin Gu had a grim expression and did not dare to be careless. He was extremely nervous and summoned his destiny dermic treasure, holding an ancient bell in his hands to defend with all his might. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed like rain when the divine firmament sword struck the ancient bell. Right in front of everyone, Yun Ting's figure had already vanished completely, leaving only a sharp divine firmament sword that flashed with lightning in midair, attacking Qin Gu fiercely. Qin Gu did not retaliate the entire time. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not have the chance at all. Yun Ting's attacks were way too ferocious. The killing power and speed of the sword Dao had already reached their limits, and he did not have any chance to catch his breath or retaliate. If he wanted to retaliate, he would definitely be severely injured by the divine firmament sword and might even die on the spot. That was the might of the extreme sword Dao. Of course, Qin Gu did not give up. As a reincarnated, perfected immortal, he was experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, he could tell that the extreme sword Dao was not without weaknesses. It came at the cost of burning one's essence blood. As long as he could defend and wait for Yun Ting's essence blood to burn up, Yun Ting would definitely be the one defeated and die without him even retaliating. On the first battlefield, Zhong Feiyu summoned his flying fish sword and glared at Su Zimo. Grinning, he released his essence, spirit, secret skill without hesitation. His judgment was simple. Su Zimo had released so many divine powers and secret skills in the battle with Yun Ting. The essence spirit must have expended a lot of energy. He had just witnessed Su Zimo's melee combat strength personally, and even Yun Ting was not his match. He did not want to be dragged into melee combat and add unnecessary variables. He wanted to find Su Zimo's weakness and kill him with a single strike. Zhong Feiyu's spirit consciousness gathered and transformed into a sword chi that burst forth. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not dodge or avoid. In fact, he did not even fight head-on with his essence, spirit, secret skill. The sword chi entered Su Zimo's glabella and was immediately shattered by the green lotus sword, conjured by the green lotus seeds. The green lotus essence spirit was completely unharmed. Immediately after, a dragon scale flew out from Su Zimo's glabella. Essence spirit secret skill, reverse scale. This scene was extremely similar to the fight between the two of them in the Azura battlefield. This time round, Zhong Feiyu was long prepared. When he saw Su Zimo summon the reverse scale, he did not panic and released a second essence spirit secret skill as well. His spirit consciousness transformed into a white silver fish that charged towards the reverse scale. The two spirit consciousnesses collided. Zhong Feiyu's expression changed starkly. An almost destructive power suddenly descended in his consciousness and acted on his essence spirit. Thankfully, he was prepared and obtained a defensive essence spirit dermic treasure from his master. Even so, his essence spirit was shaken. Furthermore, cracks appeared on his essence spirit dermic treasure, and its glow dimmed. In a single exchange of essence spirit secret skills, the essence spirit dermic treasure was completely crippled. In the Azura battlefield, Su Zimo was only a grade 7 Heaven Immortal at that time. Right now, his cultivation realm was at the grade 8 Heaven Immortal realm. Even without the 6-tusk divine strength, his essence spirit realm far surpassed the grade 9 Heaven Immortal realm. With the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine strength, the power of his essence spirit had already touched the threshold of the perfected One realm. Such a situation was rare throughout history. There was an unimaginable and insurmountable gap between the Heaven Essence realm and the perfected One realm. At the peak of the Heaven Essence realm, one had to undergo the perfected One heavenly tribulation to have a chance of condensing their Tao fruit. Once they advanced to the perfected One realm, their strength would increase tremendously. As for Su Zimo's essence spirit, he used the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, as his foundation. He fused the green lotus and dragon phoenix essence spirits together and possessed the innate divine power of the 6-tusk divine strength to make up for the huge difference between the two major cultivation realms. Su Zimo guessed that once he cultivated to become a grade 9 Heaven Immortal, there was a chance that his essence spirit realm would cross the Heaven Essence realm and reach the strength of a perfected One Convergence realm. One could imagine the lethality of the reverse scale released with the strength of a spirit consciousness as such. If Zhong Feiyu did not have that defensive essence spirit dermic treasure, he would have been killed by a single move from the reverse scale. Zhong Feiyu's heart skipped a beat as his face turned pale with a sense of trepidation. How was that possible? Even after fighting with Yun Ting for so long, this person could still release an essence spirit secret skill. Furthermore, it was an essence spirit secret skill with such terrifying power. Chapter 2583. 2583. 3 Killing Techniques. 2583. 3 Killing Techniques. In reality, Zhong Feiyu and many cultivators had far underestimated Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Indeed, their essence spirits had expended a lot of energy after the exchange. However, it was not at the point where they could not release their essence spirit secret skills, divine powers, or secret skills. The two of them did not use any essence spirit secret skills in their fight. That was a tacit understanding between the two of them. A deep fear flashed through the depths of Zhong Feiyu's eyes as he felt a sense of trepidation and wanted to retreat. He realized that he could not read Su Zimo at all. now that his essence spirit was shaken. Although he was not injured, it was inconvenient for him to continue fighting. Unfortunately, although Zhong Feiyu wanted to leave, Su Zimo had no intention of letting him off. Before Zhong Feiyu could snap out of his stupor and make up his mind, Su Zimo's attack descended once more. Supreme divine power, fleeting moment. Without even testing the waters, he released his strongest killing move. Most cultivators had only heard that Su Zimo specialized in a divine power secret skill that reduced one's lifespan. However, no one knew how powerful the divine power secret skill was. In fact, not many people knew that even the Shadowless Sword, one of the 3 great sword immortals, died indirectly to Su Zimo's supreme divine power. Zhong Feiyu did not dare to be careless and put aside the thought of escaping for the time being. He hurriedly condensed his spirit consciousness and released another supreme divine power to fight head-on. The moment the 2 supreme divine powers collided, Zhong Feiyu heard a strange drumbeat that was dull and filled with an aura of death. Zhong Feiyu's expression changed. He could clearly sense his lifespan decreasing rapidly. This is bad. Zhong Feiyu was shocked and released various divine powers, secret skills, and his bloodline phenomenon to defend against that strange power. If it was just a fleeting moment, it would naturally not be a threat to Zhong Feiyu. However, fleeting moment was mixed with the dermic Tao of the Twilight Drum. Even though the 2 dermic Taos had yet to synthesize perfectly, this supreme divine power had already touched the threshold of peerless divine powers. It was no exaggeration to say that the current fleeting moment was an existence comparable to Yun Ting's condensed bloodline phenomenon, the immortal vanquishing sword. Finally, after releasing many divine powers and secret skills in succession, the crisis of lifespan reduction gradually dissipated. At that moment, Zhong Feiyu felt a sensation of weakness from his essence spirit. After clashing head-on with the reverse scale, his essence spirit suffered some shocks. And now he released so many divine powers and secret skills in a short period of time forcefully. That was a huge toll on his essence spirit. Even his bloodline phenomenon could not withstand it and flickered. Right then, a warning flashed in his heart. Without hesitation, Zhong Feiyu wanted to make use of his movement technique to escape from the spot. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking tiger roar burst forth and reverberated through the world. It was deafening and filled with endless might, causing one's heart to tremble. Immediately after, a gigantic white tiger with a strong malevolent aura appeared in midair to the west of Zhong Feiyu. The tiger was covered in white fur without any impurities. Its bell-like eyes were incomparably bloodshot and emitted a chilling, killing intent. White tiger, sacred beast. Although it was only a phantom formed from malevolent chi, the cultivators, present still, felt their bloodlines being suppressed. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their soul and was unstoppable. Zhong Feiyu's bloodline phenomenon was already on the verge of collapse to begin with. However, after the white tiger's sacred beast descended, his bloodline phenomenon dissipated instantly. The white tiger's eyes were bloodshot. The moment it appeared, it locked onto Zhong Feiyu, who was not far away, and lunged over with its mouth wide open. The roar of the white tiger's sacred beast caused Zhong Feiyu to shudder, and he looked dazed for a moment. That momentary daze was enough for him to die in the white tiger's mouth. The white tiger chomped down on Zhong Feiyu in a single mouthful, and its sharp teeth left rows of bloodied holes on his body. Fresh blood gushed out. When the malevolent chi entered his body, Zhong Feiyu's life force was severed. Before his essence spirit could escape, it was completely destroyed by the malevolent chi in the white tiger's mouth and died. Pissed. When the cultivators saw that, they gasped in shock. Although the entire process sounded long, it happened within a few breaths. After the essence spirit fight, Su Zimo released a supreme divine power, followed by that terrifying, killing, secret skill. A murderous white tiger appeared from the west. Accompanied by a roar, it devoured Zhong Feiyu and bit him to death. The white tiger stood in the west with a corpse in its mouth. It exuded a torrential malevolent qi and was like a god of killing that ruled over the world, causing all living beings to prostrate. This was the unparalleled killing secret skill recorded on the Hell Suppression Tripod, White Tiger Corpse Collection. Back in the Azura battlefield, Su Zimo was able to kill Song Su in a single move after releasing White Tiger Corpse Collection because he made use of the power of the malevolent Blood Lake. Now that Su Zimo's cultivation was at the grade 8 Heaven Immortal Realm, the power of the secret skill was even more ferocious. Furthermore, the impact and exhaustion caused by the reverse scale and fleeting moment earlier on made Zhong Feiyu completely defenseless against White Tiger Corpse Collection. The entire process seemed simple. However, in reality, the reverse scale, fleeting moment, and White Tiger Corpse Collection were all Su Zimo's strongest killing techniques. When he fought with Yun Ting earlier on, he was afraid of harming the latter's life and did not release it. Now that all 3 killing moves were thrown at Zhong Feiyu, it would be a miracle if Zhong Feiyu could survive. What happened? Zhong Feiyu was killed instantly. That secret skill should be the one that Su Zimo used to kill Song Su instantly in the Azura battlefield. How savage! Rank 4 of the Heaven ranking prediction. Zhong Feiyu could not survive more than 3 moves against Su Zimo. Not only that, don't forget, Su Zimo has just fought a fierce battle with Yun Ting and has expended a lot of energy. After a momentary silence, a commotion broke out in the divine firmament hall. The crowd was in an uproar. Many cultivators thought that Zhong Feiyu was at his peak and Su Zimo was weak after using up all his trump cards. Both parties would definitely be embroiled in a bitter battle. However, none of them expected that Zhong Feiyu would die on the spot without a chance to escape within a few breaths. He won. Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy stood up one after another and cheered excitedly. Mo Qing, Yang Ruoxu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief as well. Yun Zhu was not surprised by this scene and had a faint smile on her face. The cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect had ugly expressions as though they had lost their parents. Zither Immortal Meng Yao's expression was even colder as she pursed her lips in silence. She had not expected that Zhong Feiyu would be killed by Su Zimo in 3 moves. If she had known earlier, she would not have sent Zhong Feiyu up to die. Her plan had failed completely. This scholar who looked frail but was actually like a ferocious tiger had grown way too quickly. In fact, she was starting to feel flustered. Gazing at the green-robed cultivator with his hands behind his back on the gigantic stone battlefield, Meng Yao realized that she might not have a chance to get rid of this person in the future. Chapter 2584 2584 Heart Sword 2584 Heart Sword. Zhong Feiyu's death caused a huge shock to the remaining cultivators of the Heaven ranking prediction. Even Zhong Feiyu, rank 4 of the Heaven ranking prediction, could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks. Some of the cultivators who were initially restless now had to reconsider their actions. They did not know if they could return alive if they went forth to challenge him. On the second battlefield, sensing that the combat on Su Zimo's side had ended, Yun Ting's attacks became even fiercer and faster. Qin Gu's face was pale as he grit his teeth and defended with all his might. Victory was about to be decided in this battle. If Yun Ting could not take down Qin Gu within a short period of time, even if he won in the end, he would have expended a lot of essence blood. That would cause immense damage to himself and might even affect his future cultivation. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was as dense as rain. In everyone's eyes, even the divine firmament sword seemed to have vanished, let alone Yun Ting. The only thing left around Qin Gu was a sword beam that was surrounded by lightning that circled and galloped. Heart Sword. Suddenly, Yun Ting's voice sounded once more. That was his other trump card. The heart sword was invisible, and once released, it would target the other party's Dao heart. This was a killing technique targeted at the Dao heart. With his Dao heart destroyed, Qin Gu would definitely lose this battle. If he could not repair his Dao heart, Qin Gu might have no hope of advancing to the perfected One Realm for the rest of his life. The strength of that secret skill was closely related to the strength of one's Dao heart. If one's Dao heart was not strong enough and the other party's Dao heart was indestructible without any flaws, they would suffer backlash, and their Dao heart would be damaged if they released the heart sword targeted at their opponent. The heart sword secret skill was a double-edged sword. If one's Dao heart was not strong enough and was not as strong as the other party, they would suffer the consequences of their actions. The reason why Yun Ting was able to cultivate the heart sword secret skill successfully was all thanks to the crushing defeat Su Zimo gave him in the Emperor's tomb thousands of years ago. That defeat woke Yun Ting up from a dream. Instead of crushing him, that defeat made his Dao heart even stronger and sharper, allowing him to eventually comprehend the heart sword Dao. In the battle with Su Zimo earlier on, Yun Ting had actually considered using the heart sword secret skill as well. However, he hesitated for a moment and did not summon it. He was worried that if this secret skill was released, Su Zimo's Dao heart would be damaged and he would lose a powerful opponent. At that moment, Yun Ting did not know yet. His choice of giving up had indirectly saved himself. If he had released his heart sword secret skill on Su Zimo, the battle between the two of them would have ended a long time ago. On the second battlefield, against the invisible heart sword, Qin Gu did not have any divine powers or secret skills that could defend against it. He could only defend with his Dao heart and hold his ground. As long as he was one with his Dao heart and there were no flaws in it, Yun Ting's heart sword would return fruitless. To be fair, Qin Gu's Dao heart was indeed strong enough. Even for perfected immortal experts, the conditions were extremely stringent if they wanted to be reborn. It was 1 in a million. The first requirement for the reincarnation of a perfected immortal was for his soul to be intact. If the essence spirit was severely injured and his soul was destroyed, he would not be able to be reborn no matter how many supreme experts protected him. Before the soul entered reincarnation, an immortal king-level expert had to release a dermic art to protect it and leave an imprint on it. Everything in the early stages was still within the control of humans. Once one entered reincarnation, everything would be decided by fate. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, anything could happen, and there was a high chance that the imprint left on the soul would be washed away. Once the imprint disappeared, it was uncertain if he could reincarnate successfully or would end up as any random living being. Even after his reincarnation, the former perfected immortal would become a new living being that had nothing to do with his previous life. Without an imprint, experts of his previous life would naturally not be able to guide him back and keep him in the sect. It could be said that all the perfected immortals who could reincarnate successfully were lucky people blessed by the heavens. Furthermore, Qin Gu had reincarnated and cultivated for 2 lifetimes. There was naturally no need to elaborate on how strong his Dao heart was. However, at the same time, his 2 lifetimes of cultivation also meant that he had failed in his previous life. In this battle, he did not dare to challenge Yun Ting when the latter was in his peak condition. He only wanted to take advantage while Yun Ting was down. That was also proof of his failure in this generation. It could be said that the moment he stood out to challenge Yun Ting, his Dao heart had already left a fatal flaw. He lost. Chess Immortal Junyu looked at Qin Gu on the battlefield and shook her head gently, merely saying 2 words. Back then, she had the intention to stop Qin Gu because she could see through the flaw in his Dao heart. Unfortunately, Qin Gu was stubborn and was forced to this point. On the second battlefield, Qin Gu stood on the spot with widened eyes and sweat pouring down his forehead. His expression changed and flickered. Suddenly, Chingu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Thud, thud, thud. His face was ashen as he retreated continuously. Relying on his last bit of strength, he fell from the gigantic stone battlefield. Thud! Chingu fell to the ground, covered in mud and looking wretched with a dark expression. His Tao heart was damaged, and he no longer had the strength to fight. It was already extremely fortunate that he could survive. The cultivators of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect hurried forward and helped Chingu up, returning to their seats. Yun Ting stood on the gigantic stone with his sword in hand. The color on his face had lessened significantly as well. He took out a handful of immortal pills and swallowed them all. Panting slightly, he did not continue chasing after Chingu. Firstly, he had expended a lot of essence blood in this battle and needed to rest. Secondly, Chingu failed in his previous life. Now that he was reborn, he suffered such a blow in this generation. Although he managed to survive today, his accomplishments would be limited in the future as well. At this point of the battle, there was already an outcome for the battles between the top 4 of the Heaven ranking prediction. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo and Yun Ting would be rank 1 and 2 respectively. Given Chingu and Zhong Feiyu's capabilities, they would definitely occupy rank 3 and 4. But now, one of them was dead and the other was injured. They did not even have the chance to be on the Heaven ranking. Many cultivators sighed internally. Initially, Chingu and Zhong Feiyu wanted to take advantage of the situation and reap the rewards. To think that they would end up with 1 dead and 1 injured. One could not help but lament the irony of fate. On the second battlefield, Yun Ting looked at Su Zimo from afar and grinned. Su Zimo, you won. He was convinced of his defeat in this battle. It was not only because Su Zimo won before him. More than that, Yun Ting knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him to defend against Su Zimo's 3 killing moves. However, Yun Ting changed the topic and declared, "Just because I lost this battle doesn't mean that you can always defeat me. There's still a long way to go. One day I'll beat you once." Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. If Yun Ting could not defeat him this time round, his chances of winning in the future would be even smaller. The difference between the two of them would only increase. Chapter 2585 2585 Farewell 2585 Farewell. Who else wants a challenge? Yun Ting wielded the divine firmament sword. Although he expended a lot of energy, his body was still sharp as he surveyed his surroundings like lightning. The cultivators who were cheering for Chingu and Zhong Feiyu earlier on no longer spoke. If even Chingu and Zhong Feiyu were dead and injured, which other cultivator on the Heaven ranking prediction would dare to challenge these two? Who knew if the two of them had any other tricks up their sleeves? A moment later, no one dared to step forward. Yun Ting turned around and looked at Immortal King Qingyang in the middle of the hall, declaring, "Immortal King Qingyang, you can announce the rank 1 and 2 of the Heaven ranking this time round." Immortal King Qingyang smiled gently and nodded. "That's good as well. Rank 1 of the Heaven ranking has to convince the masses. Since nobody has any objections, I'll announce now that the rank 1 of the Heaven ranking this time round is Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Rank 2 is Yun Ting of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom. The other battles for the Heaven ranking shall proceed as per normal." Su Zimo and Yun Ting walked down the gigantic stone battlefield. Yun Ting flipped his palm and took out a withered, yellow ancient scroll, tossing it in Su Zimo's direction. Su Zimo swept his gaze and recognized it right away. This ancient scroll was made from the same materials as the manuals of the Heaven and Earth-slaying sword arts in his storage bag. Furthermore, although the ancient scroll looked calm, it was actually extremely sharp. The human slaying sword art. Su Zimo reached out and received the ancient scroll. One of the most important goals for them to challenge one another was to fuse the 3 great sword arts into one. This was what Yun Ting had to offer if he lost to Su Zimo. It was the same for the other way round. Given Yun Ting's character, there was naturally no way he would break his promise. After receiving the human-slaying sword art, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and took out 2 other withered yellow ancient scrolls from his storage bag, tossing them to Yun Ting. Su Zimo said, "These are the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts." Ever since he ascended, Yun Ting was one of the few cultivators he had befriended and acknowledged in his heart. Although the 2 of them had fought twice, there was no deep feud. Su Zimo admired Yun Ting's pride, honesty, and integrity. Furthermore, Yun Ting was Yun Zhu's younger brother. Since Yun Ting was willing to hand the human-slaying sword art to him, he did not want to take advantage of Yun Ting either. He handed the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts to Yun Ting. Many cultivators were moved when they saw that. If it was anyone else, they would not show supreme cultivation techniques, such as the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, casually, even to those closest to them. To think that the 1,000 cultivators would be lucky enough to witness such a scene at the divine firmament immortal meet today. But soon, an even more shocking scene happened. After Yun Ting received the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, he threw them back to Su Zimo without even looking at them and shook his head. "I don't need them anymore." "Why?" Su Zimo frowned slightly in confusion. Yun Ting had never seen the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts before. With just a single human-slaying sword art, he cultivated the bloodline phenomenon of the incomplete, immortal vanquishing sword. Given his talent, if he had seen the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, he would definitely be able to cultivate his bloodline phenomenon into a true peerless divine power. Furthermore, Su Zimo believed that Yun Ting would definitely comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword before him. "Prince Yun Ting, accept it." "That's right, don't be rash, Prince." Many cultivators of the Zixian immortal kingdom persuaded. The peerless divine power was within reach, but Yun Ting rejected it. A defeat is a defeat. Yun Ting shook his head gently. In his opinion, Su Zimo giving him the 2 sword arts was a form of pity and charity. He would not accept it. Yun Ting looked into the distance with a moving glint in his eyes as he said slowly, "The 3 great sword arts were also created by humans. One day I'll create my own sword Dao." At that moment, Su Zimo understood. Since Yun Ting was defeated, he would not accept the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. This was Yun Ting's pride. In the eyes of everyone, a peerless divine power might be a tremendous opportunity. However, Yun Ting was indifferent. His sword Dao was indomitable. At that moment, Su Zimo vaguely realized that Yun Ting's future accomplishments were truly unimaginable. In the future, Yun Ting would definitely be one of the supreme experts of the upper world. How much determination and boldness did one need to abandon a peerless divine power that was within reach? "Su Zimo, I'm leaving." Yun Ting looked at Su Zimo and suddenly smiled. "Where to?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't know." Yun Ting shook his head. "I might take a spin around the other immortal domains, Fiend Domain, or other worlds. Perhaps I'll travel through the Trichiliocosm and see a wider world. I'll fight against even more experts and forge my heart of the sword while tempering my sword Dao. Su Zimo, you have to be careful. The moment I return, I'll still challenge you. I hope that you won't lose too badly at that time." Although Yun Ting was smiling, there was a hint of sadness and melancholy in his tone. "Are you leaving now?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "Yes." Yun Ting nodded. Under normal circumstances, the rank 2 of the heaven ranking would receive the rewards of divine firmament palace. However, that was no longer important to Yun Ting. Given his pride, since he was already defeated, why should he linger here? "I'm leaving." Yun Ting waved at Su Zimo and shifted his gaze to Yun Zhu, who was in the crowd of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom cultivators. Although there were 1,000 cultivators in the divine firmament hall, there were only 2 people worthy of him bidding farewell to. One was Su Zimo, and the other was his sister, Book Immortal Yunju. Unknowingly, Yunju had already stood up and was looking at Yunting, who was not far away. Yunju did not say anything, but there was a hint of worry and reluctance in the depths of her eyes. She was usually strict with this younger brother of hers and often scolded him to trigger him. However, at that moment, when she realized that Yunting was about to leave the divine firmament immortal domain and travel far away, she still felt a sense of sadness. "Sister, I'm leaving." Yunting said softly, "Yes." Yunju did not say anything and merely replied softly. She lowered her head, not wanting anyone to see her gradually reddened eyes, as she said gently, "Be careful when you're out there, and don't forget to come back." When he heard that, Yunting felt a lump in his throat. He shrugged his head, as though he wanted to shake off the sadness in his heart. Taking a deep breath of air, he suddenly turned around and glared at Su Zimo fiercely. Su Zimo was confused by Yunting's fixed gaze. "Su Zimo, let me warn you, don't let my sister down. Otherwise, if I return and find out that you've abandoned her, I'll definitely kill you." Su Zimo was stunned on the spot, not understanding Yunting's random outburst. After saying that, Yunting leaped up and transformed into a sword beam, speeding into the distance and disappearing from everyone's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2586, 2586 at odds. 2586 at odds. Yunting left in a carefree manner without turning back. Even though he was defeated this time round, it did not deal any blow to his Tao heart. Instead, it triggered an even stronger fighting spirit. In fact, he even wanted to leave the divine firmament immortal domain and the heavenly world to roam everywhere to temper his sword Tao. He knew that that was the only way he could surpass Su Zimo. Under normal circumstances, one could travel through the vast starry skies after cultivating to the heaven immortal realm. However, the starry skies between worlds were filled with countless dangers and unknowns. It was almost certain death for heaven immortals to cross the starry skies. They would most likely be buried under the boundless starry skies before they arrived at another world. One could only protect themselves while roaming the starry skies if they cultivated to the perfected immortal realm. That was the reason why Yunju was so worried when Yunting made that decision. However, Yunju did not stop him. She knew that this was the path Yunting had chosen. He had abandoned all notions of life and death to press forward. This was Yunting's sword Tao. How carefree! Xie Qingqing could not help but praise. Although Yunting lost this battle, in the hearts of many cultivators, he was still the #1 sword immortal of divine firmament. The righteousness of the sword Tao could only be seen from Yunting. He would rather break than bend and perish together with fearless and indomitable spirit. He did not care about fame. His fight with Su Zimo was merely for the sake of the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, and his intent to beat the latter. He did not care about the rewards of the divine firmament immortal domain either. After the battle was over, he turned to leave, unwilling to stay here for a moment longer. Su Zimo returned to the seats of Heaven and Earth Academy. Many disciples of the Academy stood up excitedly. "Senior Brother Su, you're way too strong." "Congratulations, Senior Brother Su." Everyone congratulated Su Zimo for his achievement as rank one of the heaven ranking. They felt proud and honored as well. At the very least, for the next 100,000 years, Heaven and Earth Academy would definitely be ranked above the other 3 immortal sects and immortal kingdoms in the divine firmament immortal domain. Congratulations, Junior Brother Su. Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked at the victorious Su Zimo and said indifferently with a calm expression, "Yu Hua, sorry to disappoint you." Su Zimo smiled gently and retaliated. He had no intention of feigning civility with Sword Immortal Yu Hua. In fact, he did not even bother to address him as senior brother. The two of them had some conflicts in the academy previously. However, they were both disciples of the academy after all and could maintain a superficial relationship. This time round, Sword Immortal Yu Hua actually joined forces with outsiders to attack him at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet. If Chess Immortal Junyu had not arrived, he might have died here. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for Su Zimo to show restraint. Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly in disapproval. He could naturally understand Su Zimo's anger. However, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was the #1 legacy disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy after all. If Su Zimo openly offended him, Su Zimo would face even more trouble in the academy in the future. Yang Ruoxu sent a voice transmission secretly. "Brother Su, why don't you endure it? Once you break through to the perfected One realm and become a legacy disciple, you can fall out with Sword Immortal Yu Hua at that time." Su Zimo was silent. Since he dared to rebut Sword Immortal Yu Hua, he had naturally made up his mind. "Junior brother Su, watch your words." Perfected Immortal Qin Xian hollered with a sharp expression. Sword Immortal Yu Hua waved his hand gently to stop Qin Xian from continuing with his threat and said indifferently, "Junior brother Su, you're still young, so I won't blame your brashness. However, the road ahead is long. You're far from being able to challenge me. If I don't give up the position of the #1 legacy disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, no one will be able to take it away, including you." "The road ahead is long? Huh." Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. "I've just divined things for you. Your days are numbered." Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Zither Immortal Meng Yao's actions today had already triggered his killing intent completely. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since these people joined forces to attack him, he no longer had to hold back. At the 9 Firmament Meet, he would get the Martial Dao Prime Body to come out and give them a huge gift. Be it Zither Immortal Meng Yao or Sword Immortal Yu Hua, these people were way too much of a threat to him. Although he was spared this time round, there would be even greater trouble in the future. It was better for the Martial Dao Prime Body to attack at the 9 Firmament Meet to settle things once and for all. He'll resort to drastic measures and kill them until the entire world was overturned. Of course, the 9 Firmament Meet would not only be filled with Paragon experts from the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. There would also be many accomplished monks of the pure land of bliss. At that time, there would also be immortal kings and heavenly kings presiding over things. Given the current strength of the Martial Dao Prime Body, he could not fight immortal kings head-on. It was both extremely dangerous and difficult if he wanted to cause trouble at the 9 Firmament Meet. Naturally, Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not take Su Zimo's threat to heart. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was only a grade 8 Heaven Immortal right now, even if he cultivated to become a grade 9 Heaven Immortal or even advance to the perfected One realm, there was no way Su Zimo could threaten him. Sword Immortal Yu Hua smiled indifferently. "Junior brother Su, you'll only become a joke if you speak without thinking." Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. "No matter what, the fact that you obtained rank, one of both the Earth and Heaven rankings, is indeed celebratory news. All these years, the only other person with such accomplishments should be Feng Cantillon from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Coincidentally, the two of you are from the lower worlds and seem to know one another? Feng Cantillon has already established himself in the Fiend domain. I wonder if you're still in contact with him, junior brother Su." When she heard that, Yun Zhu frowned slightly. Those words were meant to kill. Many cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. The expression of Immortal King Qingyang changed as he looked at Su Zimo. Although Sword Immortal Yu Hua seemed like he was congratulating Su Zimo, his words were filled with killing intent. The fact that Su Zimo was mentioned together with Feng Cantillon was also a reminder to Divine Firmament Palace that Su Zimo might be the second Feng Cantillon. "Junior brother Su, come sit with me." Before Su Zimo could speak, Mo Qing suddenly beckoned to him. Although Mo Qing did not say anything, her actions were clearly to protect Su Zimo. Instantly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was filled with immense jealousy. Initially, Mo Qing was sitting with Yunju. After Su Zimo walked over, Mo Qing turned slightly and made way. Su Zimo sat in the middle of the two fairies and attracted another series of envious gazes. Ranks 1 and 2 of the heaven ranking were already decided, but the battles for the heaven ranking were not over yet. A few gigantic stone battlefields rose, and cultivators on the heaven ranking prediction entered one after another, including Lai Xian of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, as well as Yen Bingying of Heaven and Earth Academy. After a series of ranking battles, the heaven ranking was gradually decided. The ranking battles were extremely intense. Among them, Lai Xian's Rising Nine Suns, the bloodline phenomenon of the Yen-Yang Great Sun Sutra, was even more eye-catching. After Zhong Feiyu's death and Qin Gu's serious injuries, he ascended to rank 3 with utter dominance. However, with the 3 fights between Su Zimo, Yun Ting, Qin Gu, and Zhong Feiyu taking place first, the ranking battles later on seemed much more boring. In less than a day, the heaven ranking of this generation was out. Chapter 2587 2587 Mystic Frost Plum Tree 2587 Mystic Frost Plum Tree. Eventually, the heaven ranking was displayed in the firmaments with the titles of paragons displayed. Among them, the most striking was rank 1 of the heaven ranking. Every single word shone with a golden light that illuminated the entire world. Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo. Furthermore, he obtained rank 1 of the heaven ranking as a grade 8 heaven immortal. This was an unprecedented situation. The discussions in the Divine Firmament Hall did not stop. Too many things had happened at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet this time round. The gathering of the 3 great sword immortals and 4 great fairies was an unprecedented grand occasion. What was even more shocking was that these perfected immortal experts fought because of a heaven immortal of the Academy. In fact, many perfected immortals died in the Divine Firmament Hall. This had never happened at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet in the past. Immortal King Qingyang pressed his hands against the air and exuded a tremendous might, suppressing the discussions of many cultivators before saying slowly, "No matter the ranking, the 100 cultivators on the heaven ranking are the strongest and most outstanding heaven immortals of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain in this generation. I hope that everyone on the heaven ranking can advance courageously and strive to break through to the perfected One realm as soon as possible. Condense your Tao fruits to become perfected immortals. As a reward for being on the heaven ranking, everyone shall first receive a cup of fragrant tea." Immortal King Qingyang waved his hand. The 100 beautiful maidservants that were initially standing behind him each carried a table with a steaming cup of fragrant tea on it and sent it to the cultivators of the heaven, ranking one after another. That scene instantly attracted the envy of countless cultivators. Su Zimo received the fragrant tea and looked inside. A plum floated in the tea, emitting unique fragrance mixed with the scorching water of the spirit spring. "This is the mystic frost plum tea," Yunju explained. "There's an immortal tree in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain called the mystic frost plum tree. The plums in the tea are from the mystic frost plum tree." Back in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Luo had told him that. In the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, every immortal domain had their own unique immortal tree to absorb a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi. It was also the center of the various immortal domains. In the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was the Peach Immortal Tree. In the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, where the human monarch, Lin Luo, and the others were located, was an immortal willow. As for the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, it was a mystic frost plum tree. "What's the use of the mystic frost plum tea?" Su Zimo asked. Yunju said, "The mystic frost plum tea can help cultivators dispel the barrier of their bottlenecks. Right now, you're a grade 8 heaven immortal. If you cultivate to the peak of a grade 8 heaven immortal and have sufficient heaven and earth essence chi in your body, you can break through directly without looking for another opportunity. The Mystic Frost Plum Tea is the best opportunity for breakthroughs. Of course, only the top 10 of the heaven ranking can drink the Mystic Frost Plum Tea. The remaining 90 cultivators drink the Mystic Frost Plum Leaf Tea. Although the difference is only a single word, the effect is worlds apart. Su Zimo nodded and drank the Mystic Frost Plum Tea in one gulp without hesitation. He did not even waste the plum in the tea and swallowed it. The spirit chi in the tea was rich and spewed out. As the scorching tea entered his stomach, a strange power surged into his spirit platform, invigorating Su Zimo. He had just recovered more than half of the energy he had expended after the 2 battles with Yun Ting and Zhong Feiyu. Immediately after, a chilling intent exploded in his stomach. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. The chill came from the plum in the tea. Although it was engulfed by boiling tea, the plum contained a shocking coldness that could not be melted and spread rapidly within Su Zimo's body. In the blink of an eye, a layer of ice formed on the surface of Su Zimo's body. Even his hair and brows turned white and turned into frost. If he channeled his blood chi, he could naturally neutralize the coldness with ease. However, Su Zimo was wary and did not act rashly. Instead, he absorbed and refined it slowly with his body. A moment later, his body returned to normal. It was a pity that he had just broken through to become a grade 8 heaven immortal. Even after drinking this cup of Mystic Frost Plum Tea, he could not break through immediately. As though she could read Su Zimo's mind, Yun Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, there will be more rewards and opportunities later on." Right then, when Immortal King Qingyang saw that everyone on the heaven ranking had already drunk their immortal tea, he continued, "Everyone on the heaven ranking, prepare yourself and follow me to a sacred cultivation ground in divine firmament palace. As for how long you can cultivate inside, that will depend on your luck and capabilities." Immortal King Qingyang waved his robes and tore the void apart. A cold wind gusted within and led to an unknown place. Su Zimo and the other 100 heaven ranking cultivators stood up and followed Immortal King Qingyang into the void. Before long, everyone descended. Snow covered the entire place, and everything was frozen. Pissed. It was as though everyone had arrived at a frozen world. The weather was cold, and the surroundings were filled with a chilling intent. Everyone could not help but shudder. More than 10 cultivators could no longer hold on and shivered in fear. Relying on the powerful physique of the Green Lotus True Body, Su Zimo could still endure the coldness. He was shocked to discover that the heaven and earth essence chi in the frozen world was terrifyingly rich. The surrounding cold chi seeped into his body through every pore and was filled with rich heaven and earth essence chi. If he refined it, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. "I believe everyone has noticed it," Immortal King Qingyang said. "Although the environment here is cruel and harsh, if you can persevere here, it will be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. There's a talisman here. If you can't hold on, all you have to do is tear it apart and you can leave this place at any moment." As he said that, Immortal King Qingyang waved his robes and sent the 100 talismans to the cultivators. Immortal King Qingyang continued, "There's one more thing I have to remind you guys. It's best not to wander around casually here. The degree of coldness in every region is different. If you go too far, you might even die here, let alone cultivate." All the cultivators nodded hurriedly. In a flash, Immortal King Qingyang tore through the void and vanished. Many cultivators assumed a lotus position hurriedly and channeled their blood chi, trying their best to absorb and refine the cold chi in their bodies to defend against the bone-chilling coldness. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly and did not cultivate right away. Although the surrounding coldness was strong, it posed no threat to him. He pondered in silence and looked in a direction in the frozen world. For some unknown reason, he had a feeling that there was something in that direction that was extremely attractive to his green lotus true body. Right then, in less than 10 breaths, some cultivators could not hold on any longer and tore their talismans apart, leaving the place. Su Zimo hesitated slightly and walked slowly in that direction. Senior brother Su, you? When Yen Bingying saw that, she was alarmed and called out hurriedly, "It's fine, I'll go take a look." Su Zimo said casually and continued forward. As he ventured deeper, he could clearly feel the coldness around him intensifying. A cold wind howled, sweeping up snowflakes that blew towards him. After walking for a long time, Su Zimo finally stopped when he felt his bloodline showing signs of freezing up. Through the heavy snowstorm, he could vaguely see a gigantic ancient tree standing in the distance ahead. It was snow-white and had lush leaves. Every single leaf was crystal clear, with fruits hanging on them. The Mystic Frost Plum Tree. Chapter 2588. 2588, Grade 9, Heaven Immortal. 2588, Grade 9, Heaven Immortal. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and was tempted. Naturally, his cultivation speed would be much faster cultivating in this frozen world. However, he would have to resort to some unorthodox means if he wanted to cultivate to the peak of a Grade 8 Heaven Immortal in a short period of time. The crystalline plums on the Mystic Frost Plum Tree were the best tonic for Su Zimo. Of course, this was a little rash. However, Immortal King Qingyang did not mention this matter, nor did he say explicitly that cultivators who entered this place were not allowed to pluck the Mystic Frost Plums. In reality, it was not because Immortal King Qingyang was careless. Throughout history, it was already the limit for any Heaven Immortal that entered this place to cultivate while defending against the surrounding cold. Even if some cultivators mustered their courage and wandered around, they would not be able to walk far. The reason why Su Zimo could arrive here was entirely because of the physique of the green lotus true body. Although the Mystic Frost Plum Tree was an immortal tree of the divine firmament immortal domain and had lived for countless years, it was still a flora-type living being. All those living beings had to bow down in the face of the creation, green lotus. Now that he had a plan in mind, Su Zimo no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and strode in the direction of the Mystic Frost Plum Tree. Since he had decided on this matter, he could not hesitate. Once this matter was exposed, someone would definitely step in to stop him. Before long, Su Zimo arrived beneath the Mystic Frost Plum Tree. His entire body was covered by a layer of frost, and there were ice crystals on his hair and brows. Every single breath he took was filled with white fog. Su Zimo circulated his blood qi slowly to defend against the surrounding coldness. Thereafter, he leaped onto a branch and reached out to pluck the plum on it, stuffing it into his mouth. Before the plum was completely chewed, he had already plucked a second plum and placed it into his mouth. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo had already eaten more than 10 plums in succession and was swallowing them heartily. Divine Firmament Hall. Many cultivators had yet to disperse and were waiting for the heaven-ranking cultivators to return from the secret ground. Before long, heaven-ranking cultivators appeared one after another and returned to the divine firmament hall from the secret ground. Although everyone was severely frozen, their bodies were filled with spirit qi and their mental states were at their peak. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, there was a chance for them to break through. Everyone is back, right? Immortal King Qingyang swept his gaze and asked casually, Su Zimo of the Academy has yet to return. Many disciples of the Academy said hurriedly, Immortal King Qingyang frowned slightly and murmured he stayed inside for so long. Immediately after, as though he sensed something, Immortal King Qingyang was shocked and tore through the void to leave. Before long, he whisked Su Zimo back from the secret ground and threw the ladder into the divine firmament hall with a terrible expression. What's going on? Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy stood up. Immortal King Qingyang had a terrible expression. Su Zimo, How dare you pluck the mystic frost plums on your own and eat them directly? Even after Su Zimo was whisked out, he was still chewing something. His cheeks were puffed up, and it was unknown how much he had eaten. However, before long, a layer of ice appeared on Su Zimo's body and grew thicker. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic ice cocoon. Su Zimo was frozen within and did not move at all. Even his life force did not fluctuate. Junior brother Su. Mo Qing's expression changed slightly, and she wanted to knock open the ice cocoon to save Su Zimo. Yun Zhu had a grim expression as she pulled Mo Qing back hurriedly and said in a deep voice, "Don't be rash. If we go up and shatter this ice cocoon now, even Zimo will be shattered." "That's right." Immortal King Qin sneered. "Su Zimo is extremely audacious. He ate dozens of mystic frost plums and will definitely die." At that point, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Meng Yao, Perfected Immortal Wu Feng, and the others were truly surprised and delighted. They racked their brains, but could not kill Su Zimo. To think that this person ended up killing himself. Immortal King Qin continued, "The coldness contained in the mystic frost plums is way too strong. One can only gradually digest it after cultivating to the perfected immortal realm and condensing a Tao fruit. This lad is only a grade 8 heaven immortal. He truly has a death wish for devouring dozens of mystic frost plums in one go." Sword Immortal Yu Hua laughed internally, but there was a look of pity on his face. "Sigh, junior brother Su is young and impetuous. He doesn't know his limits and can only blame himself for landing in such a state. Only perfected immortals can digest it." Yang Ruoxa frowned. "Didn't junior brother Su and the others drink a cup of mystic frost plum tea previously? There was a mystic frost plum in it." Immortal King Qin sneered. "The reason why heaven immortals can drink the mystic frost plum tea is because the water used to brew the tea is a hot spring in divine firmament palace to begin with. It can neutralize the coldness in the mystic frost plum tea. This lad is way too greedy and chose to eat the mystic frost plums directly. That's the reason why he ended up in such a state." Mo Qing was at a loss. Yun Zhu frowned with disbelief in her eyes. She still could not believe it. Chess Immortal Jun Yu sighed gently. Even the many disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy were stunned on the spot. Su Zimo had just obtained rank 1 of the Heaven ranking. To think that he would end up in such a state. The huge fluctuations between joy and sadness was too great for everyone, and they could not recover for a moment. On the side of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, a cultivator could not hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. What a joke! To think that the rank 1 of the Heaven ranking would die to his own greed. Throughout history, this is probably the only rank 1 of the Heaven ranking with such a short lifespan, right? How ironic. The rank 1 of the Heaven ranking actually committed suicide in public. Cultivators from sects and factions that had bad ties with Su Zimo, such as the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect, stood out and mocked before long. Creak! Right then, a strange sound came from the motionless ice cocoon in the divine firmament hall, as though something had cracked. Instantly, the discussions around them turned hushed. Everyone looked over, and their expressions changed. A thin crack appeared on the ice cocoon. Under countless gazes, the crack expanded and extended continuously, covering the entire ice cocoon before long. Wah! Many cultivators widened their eyes. The expression of Immortal King Qin turned bewildered as well. Through the cracks of the ice cocoon, he could vaguely sense a wisp of life force fluctuation. Furthermore, the fluctuation was getting more obvious. How was that possible? Could that lad be alive still? Boom! After a momentary silence, accompanied by a deafening bang, the ice cocoon suddenly exploded and a figure broke free, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Steam rose from Su Zimo's body, and every single breath he took was filled with rich heaven and earth essence qi. His entire body was enveloped by heaven and earth essence chi and nourished continuously. Everyone swept their spirit consciousnesses and could not help but gasp. A grade 9 heaven immortal. Relying on dozens of mystic frostplums, Su Zimo broke through from the realm of a grade 8 heaven immortal to become a grade 9 heaven immortal in less than 2 hours. Chapter 2589. 2589 Dermic Dao Steel. 2589 Dermic Dao Steel. Even though they saw it personally, everyone still felt that it was surreal. Could this be considered a miracle? For the heaven immortals present, even if they were geniuses, it would take them thousands or tens of thousands of years to advance from a grade 8 heaven immortal to a grade 9 heaven immortal. The person before them took less than 2 hours. Furthermore, even if many cultivators knew of this method, they would not dare to attempt it. Mystic frost plums that could only be absorbed and refined by perfected immortals, who would dare to eat them even if they were asked to. Furthermore, he had consumed dozens of them in one go. Immortal King Qingyang looked at Su Zimo and frowned with a bewildered expression. Even with his knowledge and experience, he could not figure out the reason for it right away. Under normal circumstances, heaven immortals were indeed unable to absorb and refine the mystic frost plums. As immortal King Qingyang said, the mystic frost plums could only be consumed by heaven immortals after they were soaked in the hot spring water, nurtured within divine firmament palace to expel their coldness. In reality, the bloodline of the green lotus true body replaced the use of divine firmament palace's hot spring. To be precise, the bloodline of the green lotus true body was even stronger than divine firmament palace's hot spring. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to consume dozens of mystic frost plums and refine the energy within safely. At the same time, the mystic frost plum tea resolved his bottleneck, allowing him to break through and advance to become a grade 9 heaven immortal. The excitement and joy that soared immortal Yu Hua, Meng Yao, and the others felt vanished instantly. All of them had grim expressions and remained silent. Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy shouted. The 3 fairies heaved a sigh of relief. Su Zimo broke free and bowed slightly in the direction of immortal King Qingyang. He cupped his fists. It's all thanks to the blessings of divine firmament palace and immortal King Qingyang that I was able to obtain this opportunity. When she heard that, Yun Zhu pursed her lips and smiled, thinking to herself that he was smart. Given the status of divine firmament palace and immortal King Qingyang, it was naturally inappropriate for them to seek accountability from Su Zimo. After all, there had never been a precedent for something like this. Prior to this, there were no rules that prohibited cultivators who entered the secret ground from plucking the mystic frost plums. Indeed, when immortal King Qingyang heard that he could not make things difficult and could only suppress the anger in his heart, he harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. It's good that you know. Never forget this opportunity given to you by divine firmament palace. Of course. Su Zimo nodded. Immortal King Qingyang took another deep breath and said, Cultivators on the heaven ranking, follow me to the enlightenment field of divine firmament palace to browse through the dermic Tao experiences left behind by the predecessors of divine firmament palace. In the enlightenment field of divine firmament palace, there were many dermic Tao experiences left behind by perfected immortals of divine firmament palace. Almost all the heaven immortals on the heaven ranking were at the peak of grade 9. They had just drunk immortal tea and cultivated in the secret ground. If they browsed through the dermic Taos left behind by the predecessors, there was a high chance that they could find an opportunity to break through and condense a Tao fruit to advance to the perfected immortal realm. Ever since the establishment of the heaven ranking, in every generation, there would always be heaven immortals who made use of the series of rewards to become perfected immortals. Su Zimo had just broken through to become a grade 9 heaven immortal and had yet to cultivate to the peak, so he was unable to attempt to break through to the perfected one realm. However, the many dharmic Tao experiences left behind by divine Firmament Palace's predecessors would still be of great help to him. After all, the path taken by the martial Tao Prime Body was completely different from the path taken by the Green Lotus True Body. The martial Tao Prime Body condensed the true martial Tao Body. He was not of much help to the Green Lotus True Body when it came to condensing a Tao fruit and breaking through to the perfected One Realm. At that moment, twilight was approaching. Many cultivators followed their respective sects and factions and gradually dispersed, returning to their residences to rest. The divine firmament immortal meet would continue for a few more days, and it would be convenient for many cultivators to trade and exchange their insights on dharmic Taos. However, for many cultivators, the divine firmament immortal meet was no longer lively. Su Zimo was in no hurry to follow behind everyone from the heaven ranking. Instead, he came to Mo Qing's side and took out 2 mystic frost plums from his storage bag, stuffing them into her hand secretly. "Thank you for everything, senior sister," Su Zimo said softly. Thereafter, he came to Yunju's side and took out 2 mystic frost plums as well. He secretly handed them over and expressed his thanks. Immediately after, he gave Junyu another 2 mystic frost plums. Earlier on in the secret ground, the sudden appearance of immortal King Qingyang gave him no time to pluck more. He could only grab a handful casually and hide them in his storage bag. Coincidentally, there were 6 of them. Now that everyone had left, he distributed the 6 mystic frost plums to the 3 fairies. The reason why he could survive the divine firmament immortal meet this time round was because the 3 fairies stepped in. It was naturally nothing much for him to give away the 6 mystic frost plums. However, the 3 fairies had different thoughts after obtaining 2 mystic frost plums each. With an indifferent expression, Junyu did not think too much about it and merely expressed her thanks. Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and looked at the 2 mystic frost plums in her palm in deep thought. Yunju witnessed Su Zimo's actions. When she saw him stuffing the plums to her stealthily while thanking her with utmost sincerity, she felt both angry and amused. However, she could not say anything explicitly. After doing that, Su Zimo caught up to everyone on the heaven ranking and headed to the enlightenment field of divine Firmament Palace together. Large steels were erected one after another in the enlightenment ground. Every single steel was etched with dense words. At the end of the words were the names of the predecessors. Su Zimo chose a random steel and read through its contents before nodding to himself. A perfected immortal named Dao Qing recorded in detail on the steel how he condensed his Dao fruit, how he broke through to the perfected One Realm, and even the process of tribulation transcendence. Most of the time, Su Zimo felt nothing when he looked at them. However, some of the explanations were extremely beneficial to him. This time round, Su Zimo did not alarm the martial Tao Prime Body. The contents recorded on the steel were how to condense the Tao fruit and attain the dharmic Tao of a perfected immortal. It was useless for the martial Tao Prime Body. Su Zimo secretly held the Bodhi seed in his hands as he browsed through everything. Although he could not break through right now, the dharmic Tao experiences were etched in his mind and would be extremely important for his future breakthrough to the perfected One Realm. Su Zimo knew his situation. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would usually have their own inclinations towards a certain dharmic Tao direction. For example, Yun Ting specialized in the sword Tao. Mo Qing was obsessed with the painting Tao. Jun, you specialized in the chess Tao. However, Su Zimo's situation was extremely special. His body and bloodline belonged to the creation Green Lotus. In terms of the dharmic Tao he cultivated, he possessed a taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, as well as other taboo mystic classics of the immortal sects such as the Pure Jade Manual, the Void Thunder Manual, and the 3 Great Sword Arts. In recent years, he had even cultivated a taboo mystic classic of the Fiend sects, the Heaven Burial Sutra. In fact, In the demonic Tao, he even cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness that Daiyu created for him. Right now, many powerful divine powers he relied on came from that supreme demon classic. Therefore, it was extremely difficult and complicated for him to condense a Tao fruit. Chapter 2590, 2599 Firmament Meat. 2599 Firmament Meat. The divine firmament immortal meat would last for a month. However, after the ranking battle of the heaven ranking, the divine firmament immortal meat did not have much of a stir for the next period of time and was relatively calm. Before the divine firmament immortal meat ended, many cultivators dispersed and returned to their sections. This divine firmament immortal meat caused a huge stir in the entire 9 firmament immortal domain. The fight between the 4 great fairies was secondary. Yun Ting's defeat was enough to shock countless cultivators as well. However, the gossip that truly attracted countless cultivators to discuss fervently was the various rumors about the 4 great fairies and the rank, one of the heaven ranking. In the enlightenment field of divine firmament palace, Su Zimo browsed through the Dermic Tao experiences left behind by the predecessors before returning to Heaven and Earth Academy to continue his seclusion. Another month passed. This day, young Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived hand in hand. Tao Yao and Lu Ping welcomed the 2 of them into the cave abode. Brother Yang, Scarlet Rainbow. Su Zimo came out of seclusion and invited the 2 of them to take a seat. Young Ruoxu asked, "The 9 firmament meet is in a few days. How are your preparations, Brother Su?" "There's nothing for me to prepare." Su Zimo smiled. The 9 firmament meet is an event catered for perfected immortal experts. Right now, I'm only a heaven immortal. I'm just tagging along with the academy to join the crowd. The 9 firmament meet was a grand event held by the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. At this grand event, the perfected immortal and arhat rankings would be listed to determine the supreme perfected immortal of the 9 firmament immortal domain and the supreme arhat of the pure land of bliss. The reason why Su Zimo was qualified to tag along with the academy was mainly because he was rank one of the heaven ranking in this generation in the divine firmament immortal domain. To be precise, the 100 heaven immortals on the heaven ranking were all qualified to follow their sects and factions to the 9 firmament meet and participate in this rare event of the heavenly world. However, in reality, perfected immortal experts of the major sects and factions were the absolute protagonists of this event. "Don't be careless," Princess Scarlet Rainbow said with a fake smile. After the divine firmament immortal meet, there were all sorts of rumors about you and the 4 great fairies. Right now, you've already become the target of many cultivators of the 9 firmament immortal domain. How is that possible? Su Zimo burst into laughter. Princess Scarlet Rainbow smiled. Of course, in the hearts of the cultivators, the 4 great fairies are high and mighty existences that can't be sullied. But now, not only are you involved with them, you took on 4 of them at one go. Who could endure that? Su Zimo shook his head helplessly. That's not true. Those are just groundless rumors. Rumors spread like wildfire. The more they spread, the more people will naturally believe them. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said. Yang Ruoxu pondered for a moment. Even without that reason, there's a chance that some people will come and challenge you. Since it's called the 9 firmament immortal domain, it means that there will be 9 rank 1s of the heaven rankings. All of them are paragons and monster incarnates who are prideful. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts and fights. In any case, you have to be mentally prepared and not be careless. Su Zimo nodded. 2 figures flashed through his mind. Back in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, he encountered Prince Ingtian and Princess Lang Qianshan. There was a high chance that he would encounter these 2 at the 9 Firmament meet this time round. Yang Ruoxu continued. In addition, the 9 Firmament meet this time round is a little different from the past. After all, there has been constant turmoil in the fiend domain in recent years. The reappearance of two peerless fiends in the heavenly world and a supreme monster incarnate, like Desolate Marshal, have attracted the attention of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss. From what I know, at the Nine Firmament meet this time round, every immortal domain will have at least a supreme immortal king holding down the fort. It should be the same for the Pure Land of Bliss. Under normal circumstances, the major sects would only send a single immortal king to lead their factions at the Nine Firmament meet. After all, the Nine Firmament meet was mainly a fight between perfected immortal experts. But now, because of the commotion from the Fiend domain, the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss were on guard and even sent supreme immortal kings to hold down the fort. Su Zimo was silent. That way, it would be even more dangerous for the Martial Tao Prime body to cause a stir at the Nine Firmament meet. If there were too many immortal king experts or supreme immortal kings holding down the fort, he might not be able to escape unscathed even with the help of the Hell Suppression Tripod. During this period of time, Su Zimo did not disturb the Martial Tao Prime body. The Martial Tao Prime body cultivated in seclusion in Avicii to deduce his cultivation technique. He had already cultivated to the most critical point. If he could comprehend it, there was a high chance he could unlock the future Tao of the Martial Tao Prime body and see the other end of the road. Su Zimo asked, "Which immortal king will be leading the academy?" It said that the sect master asked the Grand Elder to lead the group. Yang Ruoxu said, "Although the Grand Elder is old, his cultivation realm is still present, and he's also a supreme immortal king. With that, if anything happens to Heaven and Earth Academy, we can deal with it with ease. I heard that immortal King Qingyang of Divine Firmament Palace will be leading the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms this time round. Immortal King Qingyang was also a supreme immortal king." Su Zimo remained silent. According to Yang Ruoxu, every immortal domain would have supreme immortal king holding down the fort. And now there were 2 alone from the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Immortal King Qingyang and the Grand Elder of the Academy. In other words, there would be at least 10 supreme immortal kings in the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and even more ordinary immortal kings. On the side of the Pure Land of Bliss, there were 4 continents: Purvavidaha in the east, Jambudvipa in the south, Aparagodania in the west, and Uttarakuru in the north. If nothing went wrong, every continent would send out supreme, heavenly kings as well. There were at least 10 supreme immortal kings alone. To think that so many Grotto Heaven Realm experts would be attracted to this Nine Firmament meet. Unless an emperor descended, no one would be able to cause trouble at the Nine Firmament meet. Even if an emperor appeared, he might not be able to cause much trouble. There was a high chance that there were some emperor-level immortal and Buddha experts in the darkness of the Nine Firmament meet paying attention to this event to prevent any accidents. Even so, Su Zimo had high hopes for the Nine Firmament meet. He did not know if the human monarch and immortal Queen Linglong of the Battle Kingdom of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain would appear, or if the human monarch's injuries were healed. If he had the chance to meet immortal Queen Linglong this time round, he would definitely thank her for her life-saving grace. Perhaps he might be able to obtain some clues about the assassination attempt when he ascended from immortal Queen Linglong. He did not know if he would have the chance to meet some other old friends of Tianhuang mainland as well at this Nine Firmament meet. 3 days later, a few bells sounded in succession from Heaven and Earth Academy. The Nine Firmament meet was about to begin. It was the bell to gather the legacy disciples of the Academy. Many legacy disciples came out of seclusion one after another and galloped through the Academy, turning into streaks of light, under the envious gazes of countless inner and outer sect disciples. They gathered at the entrance of the sect. Su Zimo walked out of his cave abode and sped over as well. He had no intention of bringing Lu Ping and Tao Yao along this time round. Tao Yao had appeared in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain before after all. If he was recognized at the 9 firmament meet this time round, it was inevitable that there would be unnecessary trouble. The Grand Elder was leading the group for Heaven and Earth Academy this time round. Of the hundreds of legacy disciples, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was naturally the leader. Mo Qing did not choose to enter seclusion in her cave abode either, and was prepared to follow the academy to the 9 firmament meet. The moment Su Zimo arrived at the entrance of the academy, Mo Qing caught sight of him and beckoned to him. Chapter 2591. 2591 Builder, Tree, Mountain Range. 2591 Builder, Tree, Mountain Range. Many disciples of the academy had different expressions when they saw Fairy Mo Qing call Su Zimo over. The disciples of the academy could long tell that Mo Qing clearly treated Su Zimo different from her fellow sect mates. However, it did not seem like there was any more intimate relationship between Fairy Mo Qing and Su Zimo. It seemed like Fairy Mo Qing was merely taking better care of Su Zimo. At the very least, the two of them had never shown any intimate actions. However, the fact that painting immortal Mo Qing was willing to give him special treatment was enviable enough. Most legacy disciples of the academy knew their limits. Although they had admired Mo Qing for a long time, they had never harbored any improper thoughts. However, it was different for Sword Immortal Yu Hua. All the disciples of the academy knew that Sword Immortal Yu Hua had courted Fairy Mo Qing painstakingly for many years. Fairy Mo Qing's attitude towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua had always been neutral, ever since the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. Fairy Mo Qing did not even greet Sword Immortal Yu Hua when she saw him. Everyone could tell that there was no longer any possibility between the two of them. Right now, they were merely maintaining a relationship as fellow sect mates. Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not seem to have seen Mo Qing and Su Zimo walking together. He looked into the distance with a cold expression and remained silent. Senior sister, your cultivation. Arriving before Mo Qing, Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and could vaguely sense that senior sister Mo Qing seemed to be different from back when she was at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. He was already a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Even without using the 6-tusk Divine Strength, the strength of his spirit consciousness had already touched the threshold of the perfected One Realm, and he could naturally sense the slight changes in Mo Qing. Yes, Mo Qing nodded. My cultivation has improved, and I've already cultivated to the paradise void realm of the perfected One Realm. Pausing for a moment, she continued, The 2 mystic frost plums you gave me were quite useful. Thank you. It's fine, it's nothing much. Su Zimo smiled. The perfected One Realm was divided into convergence, celestial being, hollow nether, and paradise void. Apart from the 2 mystic frost plums that Su Zimo gave her, the reason why Mo Qing was able to cultivate to the paradise void realm was because she had another breakthrough in her comprehension of the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram. Previously, she had only comprehended the god figure of the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram. But now she had comprehended another of them, the fiend figure. There was a reason why Mo Qing chose to skip the ghost and immortal figures to comprehend the fiend figure first. However, the 9 firmament meet was about to begin, and she did not have the time or opportunity to verify her thoughts. Before long, hundreds of perfected immortals from the academy were already gathered in front of the sect. Apart from some perfected immortals who were at a critical juncture of their cultivation and could not leave, most of the legacy disciples were prepared to head to the 9 firmament meet. Most of them were not qualified to fight for the perfected immortal ranking. However, the fight between top experts for the perfected immortal ranking was a grand event that could not be missed for everyone. They would definitely learn something by watching the fights between the top perfected immortals and verifying it against their own learnings. Let's go! The Grand Elder of the Academy waved his hand and arrived at Divine Firmament Palace, first through the Academy's teleportation formation to gather with the other sects and factions. For the 9 firmament meet, representatives of the immortal domains would usually meet to head there together. Apart from the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects, there were also some aristocratic families of the immortal Tao, sect masters of earth-grade sects, experts at the elder level, and itinerant perfected immortal cultivators gathered in Divine Firmament Palace. Divine Firmament Palace itself had 1,000 perfected immortal followers. There were close to 10,000 perfected immortals gathered in Divine Firmament Palace this time round, and it was a massive commotion. Indeed, only immortal kings could suppress such a massive group. Apart from immortal King Qingyang and the Grand Elder of the Academy, the other heaven-grade sects were only represented by ordinary immortal kings. Coupled with the 4 ordinary immortal kings sent by Divine Firmament Palace, there were 2 supreme immortal kings, 10 ordinary immortal kings, and close to 10,000 perfected immortal experts this time round. Coupled with the heaven immortals of the heaven ranking as well as the personal disciples of some perfected immortals and immortal kings, the Divine Firmament Palace group had already exceeded 10,000 people. When immortal King Qingyang saw that the various factions had gathered, he led everyone onto the teleportation formation and disappeared from Divine Firmament Palace. Builder Tree Mountain Range. The Builder Tree was a divine tree of the heavenly world and was located in the center. It was connected to the 9 firmament immortal domain, the pure land of bliss, and the fiend domain. It was precisely because of the existence of the Builder Tree that it could absorb the heaven and earth essence chi in the vast starry skies, making the heavenly world suitable for various living beings to cultivate and grow. For example, the dragon abyss star that Su Zimo first descended on was located in the starry skies outside the heavenly world. It did not have any immortal trees or spirit items. Therefore, the heaven and earth essence chi was thin and was not suitable for cultivating. The Builder Tree Mountain Range was a mountain range closest to the Builder Tree on the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain. It was semicircular, as though it wanted to surround the Builder Tree. The 9 firmament meet that was held once every 100,000 years was held on the Builder Tree Mountain Range. Recently, the Builder Tree Mountain Range had suddenly become lively. Cultivators from all over the 9 firmament immortal domain were gathered here. Initially, there were all sorts of living beings and beasts in the mountain range. During this period of time, they had long hidden themselves and did not dare to appear. At the peak of the Builder Tree Mountain Range, on a teleportation formation, accompanied by a blinding light, many cultivators suddenly descended. There were more than 10,000 of them. Their leader had a terrifying aura and emitted a shuddering might. Immortal King Qingyang and the group of people from Divine Firmament Palace had arrived at the Builder Tree Mountain Range. Standing on the peak of the Builder Tree, Su Zimo looked in the direction of the Builder Tree instinctively. Although he was long prepared, he was still shocked. On the distant horizon, an ancient tree rose from the ground. Its thick trunk penetrated the clouds, as though it had already extended to the boundless starry skies outside. The ancient tree was like an ancient totem that pierced through the world. The gigantic leaves were dense and covered the skies. The ancient tree connected heaven and earth and stood deep underground. Countless roots connected to the heavenly world, and its trunk stood in the clouds above the firmaments, looking down on all living beings. Any living being would feel incomparably tiny in the face of the towering ancient tree. This scene was way too shocking. Even perfected immortal experts and supreme immortal kings, like immortal King Qingyang, would feel insignificant in the face of the heavenly world's Builder Tree, let alone Su Zimo. This ancient tree had witnessed too much history. It had experienced countless flames of war and the sands of time. The masters of the heavenly world had changed time and again, but it was the only one that stood upright like an ancient totem. At least half of the tens of thousands of cultivators from Divine Firmament Palace this time round were seeing the Builder Tree for the first time. The The cultivators were shocked and knelt down uncontrollably against the might of the builder tree, prostrating. This was also a mystical aspect of the builder tree. Almost all living beings would kneel down the first time they saw the builder tree. Only emperors could defend against the massive might of the builder tree that was consolidated from the sands of time.